Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in.
Good morning, everybody. Well, we've had a lot of the document trail, so I thought I'd come on early for us to try to go through all said documents before we go into court this morning. And yes, I am still sick, but I am working on it. My eyebrows are crooked as hell. Oh, it's one of those days. So good morning, June, one sunny day. We have major news when it comes to the documents. We do. We have major news. First of all, the decision for Trooper Proctor has come down. We got the witness list. We got all this stuff. But let's talk about Proctor. For those of you who don't know, Trooper Proctor was the head trooper for the investigation against Karen Reed. And, well, charges were brought against him, and we are here for all of the verdicts. Everything. I was surprised it worked out as well as it did, in all honesty. But, y'all, oh my gosh, y'all, I'm trying to get this where it will show up bigger for us. Give me a moment. I'm trying to get this. There we go. That works. Maybe not. Let me go a tad smaller. They don't have an in between. Sorry, guys. So, what's happened? Well, accordance with MGL and rules and regulations governed by the Massachusetts State Police, the below named officer is hereby dishonorably discharged. Woo! Party time! He is dishonorably discharged. Effective Wednesday, March 19th. He has been suspended without pay. But let's go over everything. Yahoo! That pain in the butt this is not going to bode well for him when he testifies in trial. Let me see what Miss Diane will. I forgot to send Miss Diane our link. And then let me send it to her, and then we will go in and read all of this. Oh, message. Oh, there's a new case. Police arrest a 13-year-old for redrum. Thank you, Miss Diane. We'll look at it in a minute. So, the findings of the trial board held on January 15th, February 10th, and on March 13th in pursuant of personal order. Excuse me, I'm still sick. Personnel order 25 PRE 005 dated January 6, 25 has been approved by the Colonel Superintendent Trooper Michael D. Proctor. Oh my God, he was really up there. Specification on charge 1, count 1, guilty. Specification, well, charge 1, specification 2, guilty. Specification 3, guilty. Charge 2, guilty. Wow. Trooper Proctor, on various dates between January 29th and 2022 and August 17th of 22, did fail to conform to the work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position, and or did fail to take appropriate actions on the occasion of the crime, disorder, and or condition deserving the state police attention. This occurred when Trooper Proctor, while assigned to the lead investigator in homicide investigation, sent derogatory, defamatory, disparaging, and or otherwise inappropriate text messages about a suspect in an investigation to other individuals. This attention is in direct, this action. I'm very sick, guys. Sorry. I'm still running fever. This action is in direct violation of Article 5, period 8, period 2, and a Class A violation. Trooper Proctor, on various dates between January 29th and June 9, 22, did fail to conform to work standards established for the member's rank, title, or position, and or did fail to take appropriate action on the occasion of crime, disorder, and conditions deserving of state police attention. This occurred when Trooper Proctor, while assigned to the lead investigation homicide, provided sensitive and confidential information about the homicide victim, potential witnesses, and potential investigative steps in the investigation to non-law enforcement personnel. This is in direct violation of Article 582, Class A violation. Trooper Proctor, through his actions on various dates of January 29 and 22 and August 17, 22, did fail to the work standards established by member rank, title, position, and did fail to appropriate action on the occasion of crime, disorder, and other conditions deserving of state police attention. I may just pass that for the rest of this. This occurred when Trooper Proctor, while assigned to the lead investigator homicide investigation, through his unprofessional and inappropriate conduct, created an image that he was biased in his dealings with the homicide suspect and brought otherwise himself and Massachusetts State Police into disrepute. Trooper Proctor, July 19, 22, did consume alcohol. What? While on duty and not in performance of duty, while acting under a specific order from supervisory member or proper authority. This occurred when Trooper Proctor consumed alcohol beverages while eating dinner on duty and then proceeded to operate a department issue cruiser. Woo! So that too, alcoholic much? Sorry for the snort. I can't breathe. What do y'all think about Trooper Proctor? OMG. 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 Case 1, I saw your post yesterday. I hope all is well, and I hope you are safe. OMG. Yo. Yo. This is only going to help Karen Reed's case. This is only going to help because what it proves is that there was a bias in her case from the lead investigator from the moment he hit the ground. And I really wish I could have someone come on. Let me see if she can do it. Let me see. Angela. I wanna I've been having a I'm sorry, I am ill. Hello, Toxic. Hello, June. One sunny day, Kathy L. Thank you so much for coming in. You would be severely punished, June. This is deplorable behavior. And he said the words, this was regrettable behavior. It was regrettable. It was regrettable. Not regrettable enough. Yeah, you're exactly right, Toxic. But then he had dinner, had alcohol, and then got in a vehicle, a trooper cruiser, his cruiser, and drank and drove. That in and of itself should get him dis I mean, fired. Dishonorably discharged. He is gonna have a hard time. His family, God love them, they are all gonna have a hard time. He's not gonna be able to support his wife and his family. She's probably gonna have to become the main breadwinner. And I'm not trying to be mean, but when you're in the police or in the military and you go apply for jobs and you have a dishonorable discharge, it's difficult. That crap follows you forever. And even worse, this is public. How can he be hired in a northern state with this being so public? Yay, Angela. Thank you. Oh, Angela's going to hop on in a minute. But I'm of the thinking in mind that this is ridiculous. Y'all, I'm trying so hard not to hack and sneeze and garble and snort. Y'all may not have seen one of my lovely viewers who wishes to be anonymous sent me this for my birthday. My first birthday YouTuber gift. I've never gotten anything from somebody for my birthday. It is extremely well done. Those rhinestones are perfectly laid. Toxic, just your support of hitting that like button. We appreciate you. We love you and we bless you. And we hope that things calm down soon, my dear. But you know you are welcome here anytime. And because of that reminder, just like I want to give As the Gavel Drops a huge thank you for these documents today. We have other documents to look at, but As the Gavel Drops in Discord, you love to read these documents, go to Discord, go to As the Gavel Drops, join, validate your account, and you too can be reading the same thing that we have here. And they are amazing, and we greatly, greatly appreciate them. Now, I don't see Trooper Proctor on this list of stated allegations and sustained allegations and disciplinary actions. But this is there. See, Proctor's not listed yet. Updated on 128, so it wouldn't. They have 625 pages, but it goes back pretty far. I think I saw 2011 on here, 2010. conduct unbecoming, police foundation, conduct unbecoming. Whoa! David Priest failed to collect. Oh, this is interesting. Failed. Hold on, let me get you in. Failed to collect right here. I'm reading this. Someone failed to collect any evidence or document any injuries suffered by a victim. He failed to speak to anyone directly related to the allegation. He failed to file a police report, and this is all of their police 625 pages of violations for their department over the years. Everybody welcome Miss Angela.
Hello, everybody. Wow.
Wow, yes.
I don't have a lot of time to talk today. Sorry.
Huh?
I don't have a lot of time to talk today. Sorry. So
No, but that's okay. But we also, what are your thoughts real quick? And then we're going to look at the list. I sent this to you. Are you able to print it out? Are you able to put it in? What is that program?
Google spreadsheets, you mean, or
Spreadsheet format. It's in Word, Microsoft spreadsheets, or whatever that is. Google, whatever.
I need to grab the charger for my phone. My phone is about to die.
Okay. Defendant, they're going to have Brian Albert, Colin Albert, Chris Albert, all the Alberts. Butnick. They have the same as the state. Proctor, he's on their list.
Of course it is. They have to show him. Oh, I can't wait.
They have District Attorney Michael Morrissey. They didn't use him last time. They need to get his butt on that stand. They have 91 witnesses on. A lot of them are the same.
Yeah.
So, oh my gosh. Your thoughts on this dishonorable discharge? Guilty on all accounts.
Of course he's guilty on all accounts, because he is guilty on all accounts.
But I didn't know about the one with him having dinner, drinking alcohol, and then getting in the cruiser and driving.
I didn't either.
They left off Turtle Boy. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't put him on there.
Yeah, it is insane. I mean, I was watching the documentary when they dropped the news about him being fired. Have you seen the documentary?
Haven't seen what?
The documentary.
Documentary on who?
Can Read.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
I thought they did a very good job, but I felt they kind of said a few things that that I knew were going to be used against them, and they were.
You mean Karen that said like that with the glass piece up John's nose, or?
Say it again.
You mean in the first episode where she said how when she found his body, she found like a small glass shard or something up his nose, and he and then she removed it. Is that what you mean they're going to use against her?
Well, that's going to go towards the fact that maybe his face hit the light.
Yeah.
Which I don't think that would be accurate. If someone hit him in the face with a cocktail glass, maybe.
But you know what? I didn't even think. You know that spreadsheet that I shared when we had like I think I sent it to you when we were talking with Scott from Recovery Addict, when we had like this panel while we waited for the jury to come back. And I shared this spreadsheet of like weather that night, and along with all the other facts that I found, like how costs long to die in cold, and it's based on the temperature that night. It takes about 45 minutes, up to 45 minutes.
Wait a minute, what documentary are you talking about? Because I'm not sure now.
The one on Max, or Investigation Discovery. The one that last episode should come out tonight.
And who's putting it out?
It's on Max. I'm watching it on Max.
Max. Okay, well, I guess I
HBO.
got to make sure. I didn't see that one. No, I'm sorry. I thought you meant the one that was put out by Dateline.
No, I'm talking about the Max documentary. Well, it's on.
I think I need to do some binging.
Then I am not gonna. Oh, I just spoiled a few the things.
Don't worry about it. We're all good, baby. We're all good.
So
The trial of Karen Reed. Let me show this page. That?
Yeah, that's the thing. That's the entry.
Oh, I will definitely watch it. I'm so sorry, but that's okay. Well,
so Jackson did something. Sorry, spoiler alert. I have to say it. I laughed very loud. Everyone, that was again out in public, because like I'm the only person on earth who watches / listens to stuff while doing other things, and sorry, Toxic sent something to me. That's what got me distracted. So
stop it, Toxic.
Sorry, I was waiting for a train, and I was listening to the documentary, and Alan, I have to quote him because I will totally misquote him. Hold on a second.
Well, let me ask you, I want to get on some of these panels. How do I do that?
Recovery Addict had it when we waited for the jury to come back.
Oh, I remember. Okay.
So here it is. The quote that got me laughing out loud, that I got a few looks. Jackson said, in spoiler alert, it is in episode 4. Jackson said, "What the hell was happening in Canton, Massachusetts on January 29th in the wee hours of the morning? Some like bubble was around Canton where everybody's butts were doing all the phone calls." I can't. I said it plain, like no Jackson style,
Everybody was butt dialing. They were using their fingers.
It was like, okay, I got the fun when this was happening in May last year, when we got all the phone calls, when we got all the information about the phone butt dials on the stand. I was working on Eurovision, which is in Malmö, so I watched all of that after the fact, not live, because I was going home only to sleep, So my boss on the event, she actually butt dialed me, and the fun part is that she was riding a bicycle, and her phone was in like the thing that you have in front. I don't know the name. Basket, yeah, you have on the cycle, and her phone is in the cycle, and somehow her phone called me.
You were the last person it was called, and then it hit something and it called you again.
Yeah, but the fun part is the last time we talked was like the day before, not like hours or so before. So it somehow dialed me. So I was like, if her phone was in a basket, in a cycle, she was riding a bicycle, and the phone called me. So I was like, okay, I can buy one butt dial, But how many butt dials you're talking about here? What? Jen McCabe butt dial, John.
No.
18
Wait.
times something?
Proctor said he sleeps with his phone. And he had to head dial because he sleeps with it by his head. But the other person, was it Albert? Who was it? I don't know. Said that it was on his nightstand and he must have butt dialed. I'm like, did your butt grow a hand and go toot, 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 and go back in your butthole? Do you have an alien hand that comes out of your butt when you sleep?
I mean, I am known to cancel someone's calls while I'm asleep, especially in the morning. You know, I am not, unless it's during the weekend. You can try calling me before 10 a.m. You more than likely you will get like, I'm busy call. You know, I will just, you know, not cancel.
Ignore them.
Yeah,
ignore them. It's my time.
Yeah,
You got
and I like that you can use this thing and you can just cancel it. Yeah, and I am known for that, and I use actually my fingers to do it, and I have done it so many times I can do it in my sleep. But butt dialing, seriously, I mean, I have tried. Trust me, I have tried. I love to do experiments. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna try to dial somebody. I used my mom's and my brother's phone, and then because I had it beside me, so
Did you sit on it?
I try sitting. I usually, you know, because the thing I don't like about women's clothes, no pockets. Where do I put my phone? You know.
I have a phrase. There's a phrase. Many women do this. It's called boob dial. I boob dialed you. I'm so sorry. I boob dialed you. But see, this morning I felt so bad for I got a boyfriend, don't you?
Yeah.
I got a new boyfriend.
Congrats.
I called him because my phone was open and I carried it and I accidentally hit it this way. But it has to be open. This way it's not going to do it. You have to be in the phone mode for it to do it.
Yeah. So because especially when I'm here around, again, I'm at the university, I have my phone like this. You see? And
Armpit dial.
And even around the home, my mom is like, sorry, mom, if you see this, which I think she will afterwards. Well, even she's like, Angela, you're going to drop the phone, which I may have dropped a few times in the beginning, but right now I have learned the thing to put it there. It's my improvised, pocket. So, and that's if I forget to lock my phone and I put it like this, then I manage to armpit dial.
Arm dial.
Arm dial, yeah. So even I think even once it was in my pocket, I managed to pocket dial, but not when it was locked, you know? It's just impossible. And how many of us does have like password on my phone, on their phones? My dad is the only one who doesn't have a password. I'm going to type the answer.
That's when we call it a nip dial. That's what men do. They nip dial.
Yeah. Oh, you forgot. Wait,
sorry.
It was Albert, Brian Albert. He was like, "Oh, I sleep on my bed with my phone, with my glasses, with dog even sometimes." How big is his bed? Seriously, I mean.
King.
And
you know what? I have been known to fall asleep with my phone in the bed with me, but I make a point to put it on the charger. I have a mount charger. So you stick it to, I have the same one at home. It charges this way. And it's wonderful. But Oh my gosh. It is insane. It's insane. And oh, sorry, we're good. But the thing that gets me is nobody hammered in on those phone calls more than they did. I felt in the last trial they should have focused more on those phone calls. They should have really hammered those butt dials. Maybe they will this time. I don't know.
I wanna know who Higgins talked to at 1:30 in the morning at Sally
They
Port.
can subpoena and find it out. One thing, I have a question. What is your opinion about how dishonorable discharge Proctor is? How do you think this could affect the case this time? Because he wasn't dishonorably discharged for the allegations. It was a regrettable incident. Yeah. So what
Yeah,
do you want?
not
Do you
even
think
my
it will help the defense?
not even my let me think how old he is. He's 8. Not even my 8-year-old neighbor can buy that story.
But
I mean, the reason why I say he's 8 because that's the youngest that I can think of person that could not buy that story. I mean, if I worked in a preschool, if I were to sold that story to them, kids like 5 years old may buy it, but they only
you
don't
talking
know.
about the butt dials?
Yeah, and like and like regretting and buying Proctor's story that he regrets his messages that he sent, which reminds me to go back to Eurovision. I have a fun story to tell about that, and that has with Proctor to do, but I'll tell you later.
Okay, but my question to you is, how do you think? I'm sorry, I had to flip my ottoman around. How do you think the firing with dishonorable discharge on Trooper Proctor is going to help Karen Reed's case, or even with it will matter? Will it matter?
I think it may help Karen Reed's case because it just proves that he has done something so horrible that they had to fire him, not only suspend him or degrade him from trooper.
Dishonorable discharge, the worst of the punishments.
I mean, not only that. I mean, they could have fired him and that's it, but they gave him dishonorable discharge, and they first and foremost they fired him. If it was so horrible that they fired him, if it was not that horrible, he would have been, I don't know, degraded. Put in to drive a patrol.
He would have to. He would be financially penalized. He would lose rank.
Yeah.
But what I'm wondering is, now, is this enough to create reasonable doubt? Because it states here pretty much by his behavior that he didn't look at anybody else. He targeted her and put a bullseye on her, and he influenced those around him by his comments and behavior, and not having what's called the open mind, following the evidence. He didn't follow the evidence. He put a target on her back for everybody to follow. That target was on her back. Everybody's going to say, there you go.
Speaking of that, there is another thing that is said in that documentary, which, again, spoiler alert, something that I did not pay attention to very much, so we know that Karen Reed's car was taken to Sallyport, and we know at what time the car was impounded and at what time the car was at Sallyport. And we know that Michael Proctor was seen on around the taillight. So according to Commonwealth, there was no time for Proctor to smash the taillight and go to the Proctor, whoever, to go to 34 Fairview and plant the evidence. I don't know if someone said it on the stand or one of the commentators someone said that based on the timeline that was produced, combined from both Commonwealth and the defense, there is actually a small window where he could have smashed the taillight and plant a few, not a lot of, not all 40,
Just enough.
just enough number of taillights, or pieces of taillights, I mean. So there is like, let's go back. The car was taken at 4:20, 4:10, 4:15 p.m. It takes around 40 minutes, at most an hour, to drive from where Karen's parents' house is to the Sallyport, and we are taking in the weather at that time. So
the weather had passed at that time.
Yeah, but I mean, roads, you still have to account the slippery roads, probably, and the weather.
But I see what you're saying. But if you remember the inverted video, you had him, and then you had these two little heads that would pop up at the, like, here's the top of the car. You see the top of a head pop up, and then they pop down. Then they pop up, and then they pop down, and then they disappear. They could have planted that evidence for him. He could have said, take this and go put it over there.
Yeah.
He didn't have to do it himself.
No, why I'm taking this up, because you take that video, that timeline, and his now dishonorable discharge from the MSP. It's really bad for the Commonwealth. It's really, really bad. And then you put in also the messages. I think that I don't know how big of an impact is going to be on the jury to vote not guilty, but I think it's not gonna play good for the Commonwealth. I think if they had a chance, they would not call Michael Proctor to the stand. But they also know that if they don't call him, defense will, and they are done.
June, this is a good comment. I wonder if Brennan is going to get out in front of this issue with Proctor and bring it out during the opening, during the direct. Do you know what? If he's smart, he will. But then the other thing also is that I think in general, no matter how you slice the pie of a dishonorable discharge, if you have anybody who is either military, police, firefighter, EMS, anybody in those arenas or family of those people who are on the jury, they're going to know the severity of this. This taints the entire investigation, in my humble opinion. That is your reasonable doubt, and that needs to be hammered in, because if it wasn't so severe that they had to fire him and dishonorably discharge him, this case should have never gone to court. He tainted it.
The problem is
talking about Turtle Boy tainting the public and Karen Reed tainting the public. Dude, you tainted the investigation from the moment you took it on.
Okay, question. If Karen Reed and Turtle Boy tainted the public, what about that hostage video by Morrissey? I think that's why they are calling Morrissey, because it may also be that if they take up I'm pretty sure that Jen McCabe will swing open that door of witness intimidation. And I guess also hold on, pause it there. If Turtle Boy does testify, and I don't know what they're going to call him, but let's say he testifies, and the witness intimidation comes up either through him or through Jen McCabe, or some kind of him, whatever he posted comes up. Then Morrissey comes in as a backup, because that video in August 2023 that he posted, the hostage video, which Have you seen lawyer you know's reaction to that video? Have you seen other lawyers' reaction to that video? I'm pretty sure if there was, in the cartoons when someone is angry and like you can see like things coming out of their ears. I'm pretty sure there was something coming out or some, maybe not lawyer, but a few others did had like something.
Oh, this is brutal. This is brutal. And I think that it is absolutely insane. And I think that video, that should have screwed the investigation. That right there should have shut down this trial.
Yep. That video, they're talking about Karen Reed and Turtle Boy tainting the jury pool. What about that video? That video has been posted by Boston 25, Boston 10, or something. I may mix up the news outlets, but they are posted by major news outlets, and it's on YouTube. If you Google Karen Reed, it's buried down. But if you Google Michael Morrissey, it's like first video that comes up. Michael Morrissey Commonwealth, then it's the first video that comes up.
I'm just flabbergasted at the way all of this is going, and they are this. We shouldn't be here. And it's what's interesting is that so many of us know this. Auntie Bev shouldn't be the judge. We shouldn't be here. Morrissey needs to be fired. Trooper Proctor being dishonorably discharged, in my humble opinion, adds a ton of doubt. And if I see him on the stand as a juror and I hear that he was dishonorably discharged because of this, and it pertained to this case, I would say that in of itself gives me doubt that there's nothing I can believe from the prosecution or the prosecution or the not just prosecution, but the whole investigation. That's what I'm looking for. The entire investigation is tainted. He tainted the entire investigation. So there's nothing that they can use against her that doesn't have some kind of doubt, in my humble opinion.
He found taillight pieces. He interviewed how many people. He had the clothes John's clothes in his trunk. He laid out the clothes in like to dry up in like wherever he did that. I mean, it is crazy. And
super crazy. Super crazy. It's insane.
I have to go, but I need to say something funny. Well, I don't know how to. I don't know if it's funny, but
say whatever you want to say, boo.
So Proctor's comments about see you next Tuesday. Yeah, see you next Tuesday. Eurovision is about to be, and for you that does not what Eurovision is. It is like the biggest music competition in the world. Every country sends a song that will represent that country, and then it's a week of festivities and fun. There's like this year there are like 37 countries participating from Europe and Australia. But back, I don't remember what country sends it. I think it's Malta, but I might be wrong. The name of the song they are sending, which is in Maltese, not in English, Kant. K-A-N, not.
But you can't say it. Spell it.
K-A-N-T.
Kant.
Yeah.
Not
Ha.
Kant. Okay.
K-A-N-T, which means
K-A-N-T. YouTube.
Yeah. Which means
YouTube will shut you down for that word.
Which means singing or something like that in English. And they want to like stop it. They want to like change the name of the song because it does not mean
There's
that
some places that use that word like we do shit. And I get it, but here, no. If anybody ever calls me that, they will never speak to me again. I wonder if Brennan regrets now not fighting the motion on the criminal background of witnesses yesterday. Now it will come back to bite him. Now will he do another motion to try to keep it out?
I don't think,
Ooh.
but the Richard Green had a bar brawl or whatever, like years ago, and so yeah. Hold on a second, I need to answer something.
By the way, while you're looking, somebody asked, what am I taking? I was coughing so bad, my toenails were coming up, and I couldn't breathe, and I'm struggling. So what I'm taking is 1836 Kratom that has lion's mane, shanga mushroom, cinnamon, and nutmeg. And that has helped me stay alive, y'all. I couldn't do it without this. Go ahead. Plug.
Yeah, I was distracted for a second. Sorry. About, I mean, he was for bar brawl. I mean, even if it comes in, it's like nothing in comparison with what others did, especially Michael Proctor. I don't think it's a bar brawl or something. Like, I guess I'm not a drinker, so I don't know, but I mean, it's innocent enough to. I think that's why not he. I don't think he's going to, at least, to bring it up again.
I think that and I think you're right, June, when you're talking about the criminal backgrounds, he was fine with it coming up, but I'm thinking he may be kicking himself in the butt over that, because if they brought Trooper Proctor on the stand and they agreed they would not bring up criminal backgrounds, then that would be a different story for the defense. But right now, the defense ought to be jumping for joy over this.
Yeah.
I think if they get a jury, now I got to say, I'm not saying the jury didn't have smart people, logical people, but I question what they had on the jury, because they were more focused on things that they should not be. They were trying to prove the case. They were not, they were, the guy that went on all these shows were saying, well, they couldn't understand this, and they weren't, and I was like, look, if you can't understand it, I don't think they understood what reasonable doubt was. Let me put it that way. And a lot of people truly don't understand what reasonable doubt means. And I think that's where we hit it. And I would like to see if they can get a little bit stronger educational based jurors who can look at a piece of paper and read it and understand the instructions.
I also hope that they do our jury instruction where it says what reasonable doubt is. Like, writing on paper. I think there is an instruction out there for, like, the definition of reasonable doubt. I can't hear you.
It wasn't clear enough to all the jurors. And they couldn't make it clear enough for all the jurors. So somebody was just, I don't understand. This isn't clear to me, so I'm not going to do it. But not everybody is a genius, and that's fine. It's a panel of your peers. Everybody's got different educational levels, knowledge, and IQ levels, and that's fine. But I really believe they ought to have, when they finally select a jury for any case, they have a half a day where they sit there and educate them on, this is what this means. When a judge says strike that, if you're taking notes, you can't use that. This is what a motion in limine is. This is what this is. This is what reasonable doubt means. and give the jurors an opportunity to say, I hear you, but can you clarify that a little more in things like they may hear terminology? You know
And
what I mean? Give a little
yeah,
mini jury class before you go to trial.
also tell them if you have any questions, send a note. If you have any questions regarding the verdict slip, please, if you want more
You can ask
clarification, yeah, please ask. You can ask as many questions as you want. Is something unclear to you? Please ask. We will try to answer it. If we can try, there is a reason if we can try, but we will try to answer as broadly as possible.
There are limits. We'll do it within we may not be able to answer it, but it's okay to ask. And that's what gets me. Locally, a friend of mine served on a jury. We were talking about this about a week ago, and it was a red room trial. And she said they probably sent in 7 questions and they only got 5 answers. And I told her, before you serve on that jury, because she was on the jury list, she got the notice. I said, I want you to know, if you get on this, ask questions, ask for clarification, ask, because if you don't, you could make the wrong decision. It's okay to say, we need clarification on this instruction. And if they say, we can't give you more, that's fine. And it's okay to find out if any of the jury pool that you're serving with has any knowledge in legal, medical, whatever, and trust them. If you don't have experience in your life with something and somebody else does, and it sounds reasonable to you, you got to trust the other jurors too.
Yeah.
So anyway, we'll see.
I just hope it does not take 4 days, or 4 days. How many days they were deliberating? 4 days or something like that.
Something like that.
Yeah, can they and it is a
well, they said, the guy said on the interview, count 1 and 3 were instant not guilty, first vote. It was all on count 2, and the lesser. It wasn't 2 itself, it was the lesser.
Yeah, I mean, it is.
Well, what's going to help is the fact that Proctor, once again, Proctor, right here. Let me see if I can get it on stage for us. Right here, the very last one, Trooper Proctor on July 19th did consume alcohol while on duty and not in performance of duty and while acting under specific orders from a supervisory member of the proper authority. This occurred when the Trooper Proctor consumed alcohol beverage while eating dinner on duty and then proceeded to operate his department-issued cruiser.
Wait a minute, isn't it wasn't he with Albert? Or it is another day, or it was with Albert, right?
Just as July 19th, but yes, that's the alleged. It's not been.
And who was it? Was Albert who forgot his weapon in Proctor's car, right? If I remember right, the testimony.
Yes, you do remember right. So for me, all of this right here should create, if I'm on a jury, and once again, everyone says, you're just pro Karen Reed. No, I'm not. I came into this first trial thinking that she backed up over her boyfriend, hit him, and left him for dead because they had a fight. I knew nothing about this trial. So when I watched this trial, it was from the point of view of a jury. I knew nothing. And I came to the conclusion that she's not guilty on the basis of the evidence alone. Now, when we start this next trial, as hard as it's going to be, I'm going to erase all that and look at both sides of this coin.
I am going to say what I stated from the day one. I am team science. And in this case, Team
Your
side
team who?
is on Karen Reed's side, not on Commonwealth side. Sorry, but
it's also innocent until proven guilty. You should
yeah.
be on the side of the accused because until they're proven guilty, they're innocent. And if the state cannot prove her or him guilty in your eyes under the law, they're not guilty. And everybody says, well, you're guilty. They got to prove them innocent. And I'm like, no, even if you have it like the cop, the sheriff that shot the judge, that's a different story.
Yes.
But he got the
Have
evidence.
Have you seen what Ted Daniel posted? Like the statement from Proctor family.
No, send it to me.
I can read it. I'll send it to you. It's in.
I don't hear so well, and that way I can fill in what I don't hear. But go ahead.
I'll tag you in what it's Miss. I'll tag you in the can read.
Yeah, go ahead and read it for everybody else.
I just tagged you in a chat. Can read on the as the gavel drops server.
Oh, the chat, the brother council.
No, I just tagged you. It's above that. Ted Daniel posted on X.
Oh, here it is. Do you want me to share it?
Yeah, you can read, or you can read it. I mean, most people.
The statement released by the family of now fired Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor. We are truly disappointed with the trial board's decision as it lacks precedent and unfairly exploits the scapegoat, one of their own. A trooper with 12 years unblemished record, despite the Massachusetts State Police dubious and relentless efforts to find more inculpatory evidence against Michael Proctor on his phones, computers, cruiser data, and the message on his personal phone referring to the person who unalived a fellow beloved police officer are all that they found. The message proves one thing, that Michael is human, not corrupt, not incompetent in his role as a homicide detective, and certainly not unfit to continue to be a Massachusetts State Trooper. Proctor and his detectives led a meticulous and thorough investigation of integrity and dispute today's wrongful termination and great harm and defamation in this case has inflicted on him and his family. Proctor still believes justice will be served. He is grateful for the unrelenting support of the union and the men and women of Massachusetts State Police. His heart is always with the family of Officer John O'Keefe, who continues to endure prolonged, unimaginable nightmare. Do you know what are they going to say? What are they going to say?
You know, fun part is that how he is innocent until proven guilty. Or well, they didn't say that per se, but yeah. But Karen is guilty, not innocent until proven guilty. And this Proctor and his detectives led a meticulous and true investigation.
How are solo cups meticulous for blood collecting that you shouldn't have collected anyway because it was already contaminated? How is a leaf blower meticulous? Hello?
In Stop and Shop bag. Seriously? I mean, seriously?
Hey, babe. Hey, Gerald. Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator. Gerald is an ex-police and special forces military.
Hey, Gerald.
Honey, look at this. Trooper Proctor, the lead investigator, was found guilty on 2 charges, 3 specifications, and was dishonorably discharged from the Manassas State Troopers. And he was a supervisor.
Can I be a bit evil? Just a little bit?
Always be evil on my show, my dear.
I am hoping although I doubt it will happen, but I'm hoping that Michael Proctor, now that he is fired and dishonorable discharge, he either like right now, or maybe he's already there, or tomorrow, or in the coming days, go to the FBI or go to the DOJ and is like, okay, I'm ready to spill the beans. What do you want to know?
Oh my God, I never thought of that. If he wants to save his face and become the hero, spills to the well, wait a minute. Wait. But if he spills to the FBI, he's going to have total anonymity. He won't be able to be charged. He won't be able to be brought up on anything. He's going to have a promise that if he spills the beans to the FBI, he's protected.
Hold on. There is this thing which we thought, okay, correction. I thought, and a few others, not everybody, because not everybody even knew about this phrase and this term, but I and a handful others thought that Brian Higgins did have when he allegedly had like some kind of a proffer to the FBI or something.
Proffer with the FBI?
Yeah. I thought, along with a few others, that he got a Queen for the Day deal, which means for one day, although some say that that day can be spilled in a few others' day, in multiple days, not just one day, but whatever. He goes to the FBI, sits down with his lawyer and the FBI agents. He says everything that he knows. And for that, what he says, he cannot be charged. But if they, based on what he said, investigate further and find something else that he can be charged with, he can be charged with that, what they find outside of what he said, but they found based on what he said. So if we say Michael Proctor go to the FBI, sits down with his lawyer and the FBI agents, gets a Queen for the Day deal, spill the beans on everybody, he can still be charged, but not on what he said, but on if they find something outside of what he said. So there is, if he still spills the bean, he cannot be charged, but depends on what kind of a deal he has or makes.
Well, the thing that comes to me is that the FBI says that they have found no cause or any reason to bring charges in this case, and that they're no longer investigating.
I thought I was disappointed, but then I watched the documentary, which I recommend to everybody to watch. If you
watch it on, hey guys, y'all want to watch it on Discord together?
Yeah, but hold on a second. There is this other documentary, which if you are a soccer fan or football fan, you should watch it. If not, you won't understand like half of the stuff or some of the stuff. You will understand like FBI and IRS stuff, but up to the point where FBI and IRS gets involved, you will be like, what? How?
I understand. I'll educate them.
Yeah. So basically, FIFA in the investigation into World Cup 2022 and how Qatar got to host the World Cup. Spoiler alert: a lot of people got paid off. I won't say by whom, for many of reasons. But watch the documentary if you're interested. So about 20 people are arrested for, among other things, corruption and taking money. And not why IRS was involved is some of them are, a lot of them actually, are US citizens. And they did not pay taxes. And another thing is that the money they got, spoiler alert, the money they got, the payoffs they got was intended to go to countries like US. Well, US has a lot of soccer, and it's very huge, not a huge, but there is a lot. It has infrastructure. Let's put it that way. Well, Central and South America does not have that, and the money was supposed to go less. The countries that has less soccer infrastructure to help build that and to motivate people to start, practicing football/soccer. Instead, they got the money for themselves, did not pay taxes. That's basically what they boils down to. So watching that documentary kinda, not completely, but kinda, like gave me hope that FBI will go back and reopen the investigation into this whole mess of a case.
Well, I
Because
think they can
had-
reopen it because all they need. But look what I found. You
hold on a
won't
second.
go ahead.
Because they had like, I won't say they did not have nothing. They didn't have anything, but they said that like no matter how many, they couldn't go into the exactly what they did and how they investigated, because as I understood at the time of the filming of this documentary, there are still ongoing stuff, court cases ongoing. Some did plead guilty, but some are still fighting their charges, so they couldn't go very much into how and what happened there. But based on what they said, like it takes only one to open the whole case. So they, as I understood, they had like a box and they know what's in that box, but they didn't know what exactly is in that box until someone came and opened that box and like, okay, now we know who is involved, who got paid off, how much, and so on, and who paid whom. So that's what I'm hoping that Proctor or even Higgins will do. Open that box for the FBI and spill the beans.
I hope so. I want to watch this real quick, and then we have. Where did it go? I haven't. Where did it go? Wait, let me find it. Oh, there it is. It's behind this. Want to watch this? Because it.
Breaking news this morning, Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor has been fired from his position at the department. Proctor's termination comes following his appearance before a state police trial board over allegations of misconduct while working as the lead investigator in the high-profile Reed case. Reed is accused in the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, and his UBZ's.
Oh, snap. Sorry about that.
Was anyone really not expecting this?
No, I don't think this is necessarily a surprising decision by the state police. You know, they had to go through this process that's required before a trooper is terminated, which I think maybe surprised a lot of people who are learning about it for the first time. But I think it's also important to remember there were 2 allegations here that Trooper Proctor was facing. We all have heard about these text messages that he sent on his personal phone about Karen Reid. That's been kind of the main speaking point. But there was also an allegation that at one point he had gone out with a Canton police officer drinking and then driven his cruiser afterwards. So this firing, there were 2 allegations that he ended up, getting in trouble for.
Absolutely. You were in the courtroom too yesterday for another Karen Reid hearing. Do you think this decision will have any significant impact on the case? Where does it go from here? It's of course set to begin in just 2 weeks now.
Yeah, it is interesting actually, because prosecutors in the case had filed a motion last week asking the judge to basically forbid any mention during trial of any open internal affairs investigations. So this is no longer an open internal affairs investigation. So you can see that the fact that Trooper Proctor has been terminated now, that's probably going to come out at trial, whether the state chooses to call him or the defense chooses to call him. It's hard to imagine that it won't be mentioned in Karen Reid's second trial that he's since been fired for his behavior in connection with this case.
Yeah, the defense has argued for so much of the case that it's really been a mishandling of how the case was done. And this is maybe just further proof for them that was.
Yeah, it's interesting, actually. So if you look at this, leads perfectly into it. His family just released a statement this morning. And they point out in their statement, we'll read a little bit of it now. They say, "We're truly disappointed with the trial board's decision as it lacks precedent and unfairly exploits and scapegoats one of their own, a trooper with a 12-year unblemished record." They also say, Proctor and his detectives led a meticulous and thorough.
I wonder if his record was truly unblemished.
investigation of integrity. And despite today's wrongful termination and great harm and defamation this case has inflicted on him and his family, Proctor still believes justice will be served. So the interesting part here that his family has pointed out several times, and so have other people who the prosecutors and people who have supported him, is that the text messages he sent about Karen Read were incredibly unflattering, flagrant, but there was no evidence in his text messages of a cover-up,
right?
Of covering evidence or planting evidence. So
it doesn't have to plant. You are, what's the word I used? You were influencing the minds of others in the investigation and putting a target on her back when it should not, or may not, possibly should not have been there.
It's interesting what you choose to believe here. That was not something that was brought up at his trial board hearing.
Mm-hmm.
That was not something that was discussed at all. It was just his inappropriate text messages and that drinking allegation. Nothing to do with necessarily his actual handling of evidence in the case.
It's going to be interesting to see where it goes from here. Of course, all eyes will be on the trial again that's starting in just 2 weeks. Now, this morning, when we talk about that family's statement, where do you think the case will go from here after listening to both sides and really being a part of this case from the very beginning?
I mean, I think we'll know more tomorrow. On Thursday, there's another hearing to discuss kind of pretrial issues in this case. But the other thing I would note is that this doesn't only impact Karen Read's case. There are other cases in Massachusetts where Trooper Proctor was the lead investigator, where defense attorneys in those cases are trying to get certain evidence thrown out because he worked on the case. So whether or not that works, we'll see. I think our legal analyst has said it's unlikely that would work, but there's no doubt that his being fired, and very seriously fired, he was dishonorably discharged.
Yes,
so he can never be a trooper again.
We were talking about that, and that's huge, actually. Right. I mean, that's historic.
He may not even be able to get a license to carry a weapon back.
Yeah. I hope that happens.
Right, he has the right.
All right, we're good on that. Go ahead.
I hope that happens because he is really, I have to be honest. I cried I was teared up during certain scenes in the documentary. The way Proctor and Trooper B, I'm not going to try to say his name because we don't want to,
Butte, like you rebute, Nick,
yeah. Him and Trooper Proctor, how they behaved towards Karen when she was arrested, the perp walk when she got
called for,
and everything. I mean, I understand the whole point with perp walk, but that was horrible. And she was in boxers, I believe, or something like that. The second time they arrested her, it's certainly no. The reason why I stopped is I am thinking about the thing that happened yesterday, and the time they tried to indict her and Turtle Boy for the witness intimidation, and how Lally lied. Brennan was not at the time. Lally lied. He did not. I want to say number one.
When you do certain things on your end, do hard.
Yeah, I'm on my iPad. Lally lied. He did not disclose that there was okay. I understand. You can't disclose the thing that there is a grand jury right now going on to indict your client, a Turtle Boy, about witness intimidation. But the grand jury came back with no true bill. And why didn't Lally disclose that? It has to do with Karen Read. And is it bad to think that he instructed Jen McCabe to swing open that door about witness intimidation? Is it bad to think that?
No, I think that anything they will use to get her in prison, they're going to use it. I think Jennifer McCabe is the satanic witch, and that, thank you, Dave, and that she's got some psychotic issue there. That woman's cray cray. I wouldn't get near her. Oh my gosh.
She used to be a teacher. The crazy part is that she used to be a teacher. I feel sorry for her.
Yeah.
Okay, may I be on? Speaking of kids, may I say something that may not? I don't know how improper, how good it is.
You may always speak your mind. Don't have to ask.
I have this when I say, but when I ask a few people that I say that, oh, when you see who parents are, do you think sorry about their kids? And there are a few people, which we are not going to name because that's a whole other can of worms to open right now. But Jen McCabe is one of them. Not Ali excluded. Ali is whatever, but she has 4 daughters. Ali is one of them. I feel sorry for the 3 other kids of hers because of who their mother is. I feel really sorry. I don't blame them.
Unfortunately, she's breeding what she is. And unless her children can look back and see through her BS, they're going to be just like her. They mimic, they grew up with it, and they think it's normal. And
yeah.
And I'm worried.
I am worried, and that's why I think
worried for John O'Keefe's niece and nephew and all they've gone through. They lost a mother and a father. Their uncle took him in and became a guardian parent. He's died. I mean, everybody's forgetting about those 2 kids.
I'm not. I am also. I'm just hoping one day that again, back to the. I am going to try not to spoil very much, but the documentary says that, oh, but everybody's forgetting about John O'Keefe and that this is justice for John O'Keefe. The trial should be about getting justice to John O'Keefe, and million versions of that sentence. But people think, anti-Karen Read people think that by getting Karen off, finding her not guilty or dismissing the charges or any combination of that, there will be no justice for John O'Keefe, and that we who are free Karen Read people or Team Science people or Team Justice people, whichever you team are on, we do want justice for John O'Keefe. We want whoever killed him, or even if it was an accident, or we want to know what happened that night. We want to know why there are 20 plus butt dials. What?
Yeah, that I didn't know it was that many, but I didn't count.
Okay, well, there were Jen McCabe called John O'Keefe like 18 times or something like that.
Gotcha.
When she said, oh, first like 5, 3, 4 was like, okay, maybe I think that she called him like 2, 3 times because she saw him in front. She saw him Karen's car in the parked in front of the house. Then the second bulk of the calls was like, I think 18, or total was 18. And first one small bulk is like her trying to get a hold of him. And then the rest was like, oh, butt dials. I don't know the top of my head the chronological order of calls, and I know that some of them was deleted. I think 18 was deleted, if I remember right, but never mind. So some part of that bulk of the calls was like butt dials, and then we have the Brian Higgins, Brian Albert butt dials. Jen McCabe, I think, even did something. Who else was? It was like 4 people that butt dialed each other.
It's not.
And when you count all of them,
it is not plausible that it's one thing if I butt dial you, but for all of us to be butt dialing each other about the same time, no, not plausible.
butt dialing and answering.
Statistically not going to happen.
So if I butt dialed you, and you answered, and you said, "Oh, I butt dialed answered," no, I didn't answer. No, what's the word they said? It was like Higgins, or no, it was Albert who said, "Oh, I didn't answer. It went to voicemail," or something like that. When he was confronted with 22-second answer, or some. Damn, I forgot. It was a 22-second answered call between Higgins and Brian Albert, and he said something like, "I didn't answer. It went to voicemail," or something like that. He said when confronted.
Well, but if you look at it, some of it was more than just, and you could say a lot in 20 seconds. Hey, by the way, I just want to let you know that we dumped him in the yard and he was found by Karen Reed. We need to cover our tracks, okay? So I need you to go to the house. I need you to go down into the basement. I need you to start cleaning up. Bye. Click. That's less than 20 seconds.
I'm trying to see.
So don't tell me you can't say a whole lot of stuff in a short period of time.
Okay. I'll try. Hold on a sec. Oh, it does not want to. How do I focus this? Okay, so I have 2 phone calls from today between me and my mom. One is 14 seconds. And basically which is less than 22 seconds, I told her, "I'm at home. I'll be leaving home in like 15-ish minutes." That was 14. That's everything I told her. And that was 14 seconds call. Next call was 37 seconds. I told her that where I am, and she asked me a few questions. I answered, and we basically had a normal conversation, and that was like 37 seconds. That's like, you can have a conversation in 22 seconds.
Yeah, and if you're in a hurry and you know the crap is going to hit the fan, you can talk about it like this fast and we can still give a whole lot more in.
Yeah. I even did a calculation how many
normal
words you can say in 20 seconds, which, yeah, that was a lot. Yeah, I'm prone to know that I do a lot of funny stuff when I'm bored. And I even calculated how many hours it would take us to read all the 30. It was some bulk of messages that we had during the trial. It was like couple thousand messages. And I was like, oh, it will take like 36 hours or something like that.
Well, we're waiting for the Monica Sementilli. We got time. I'm not cutting you off. But I believe that this decision that they sat there and dishonorable discharged him opens the gate for more reasonable doubt. I really hope.
I really hope. And I really, 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 really hope that he goes, knock, 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 Mr. FBI or Mrs. FBI. I want to talk. Let's talk. What I can get out of my cooperation with the FBI. But also,
and the FBI may open the investigation again. They have a right to say, we're done right now. We're not gonna bring charge. Actually, I don't think they said that. I think that they're saying no charges are being brought.
Yet. They
can pause an investigation and reopen it at any time.
You know what I would love to see? I would love to see that letter that Chief Rafferty got from the FBI. Please show us the letter. Please.
Oh, I know.
Well, actually, I could have been somewhere like 30 minutes ago, but screw that. No, I have. It's nothing. I'll go. It started like 30 minutes ago, but it's not a rush. It's just beside here. Nothing huge.
Well, I want to say thank you so much for
I have
gracing
time. Don't worry.
us
I
today. I always love having you on, and you can come on anytime and always speak your mind. You don't ever have to ask for that. But I am so flabbergasted, happily, that this came down in the way, because here's the thing, the Karen Reed trial has had so many things that we think are gonna go their way, and Auntie Bev just keeps knocking them down, and finally, something that is not in her hands, and Trooper Proctor, their key witness, one of their key witnesses, and the lead investigator on this case now has a dishonorable discharge. It's one thing if they said, "We're gonna terminate you neutrally." That wouldn't put as much negative for him testifying in Karen Reed, but a dishonorable means you're not trustworthy. You're not of honor. And if I'm on the jury and I hear somebody that's been dishonorably discharged, I am not gonna believe a word they say.
No, me neither.
You're not of honor. And I'm a military brat, and that means a lot to me. I was raised integrity and honor are all you have in this life.
My uncle
Yeah.
was in the military,
Yeah.
and I have a few other family members, extended family members that were in the military. Actually, I'm from Serbia, and serving in the military was mandatory until like 10, 15 years ago. I don't remember, like 2004, 5, something like that. And then it became so a lot of people I know served in the military because it was mandatory. But my grandpa's brother, he was like a general or something like that.
Wow. That's up there. That's really up there. I wanna thank everybody who donated, super chats to help with the fire department. I will be giving them a $100 donation in the near future, partially me and partially y'all, to help them recover from the, provisions that were used to sustain them during this 3 and 4 days worth of firefighting that we had. You've heard, we've had some really bad fires near me.
Yeah.
And luckily we were not another California, but it could have easily turned into another California. So I'm grateful.
Speaking of that, in North Macedonia happened a fire in a nightclub a few days ago. 59 people died, and people are outraged. Apparently, the nightclub did not have proper. Was it the thing you need, like from the city things? I don't remember the name. And you know what they did? I saw a video clip. Apparently, the nightclub owner have another club, and people came and they smashed the place to the ground. And what the police? What did the police do? They stand there. They just watched where people did. They did nothing. They were like, "Yeah, he deserves to because he didn't have proper permits was the word." Permits for the first club, and that's why 59 people died, and God knows how many are fighting for their lives.
That is insane. That's horrible.
So yeah, and people are like applauding the police for not arresting people, which is, I know it's horrible to not arrest people who vandalizes, but when you see that other club probably also does not have all the permits needed to be opened, people are doing the city a favor to just smash it down. So yeah.
Insane. Well, I think what I'm going to do, beloved, is I'm going to, while we're waiting for the Sementilli trial to begin, of course, it was supposed to begin 30 minutes ago. And I desperately need a comfort break. So it'll take me 3 minutes. Is there anything you want to share with them while I go do that?
No, but I am in the works, in talks with Toxic to arrange so we can all watch the documentary.
Because I was going to put it on my channel. I was going to host it on my channel. But if she wants to do it, I'll do it. I'll join in.
Yeah. So she was messaging me earlier.
So do me a favor.
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit more? Well, first of all, who do you think is going to be what I call the sleeper witness? Somebody you think that is going to testify that could open this case up?
I think, and the rumor is on X.
While you talk, I'm going to listen. I'll be right back. Keep talking.
Yeah. Rumor on X is, well, I don't know if it's a rumor, but there's a lot of chatter on X that Emmy, that is going to testify for the defense, she saw a video clip of John O'Keefe's autopsy while it was being done. I don't know how big of an impact it's gonna be, how much different is going to be than the guy who, I'm sorry, but I'm really bad with names, so I hope you know who I'm talking about. But the guy that talked about injuries to John O'Keefe in the last trial, who was also an MD, forensic pathologist, something like that. So that, I think, is going to have a huge blow to Commonwealth. The way people talk on X, then who else? I mean, Garrett, the canine training guy that was on Melanie's show. I mean, he is a canine go-to guy. I follow him on Instagram. I love his stuff.
I did too.
If I had a dog, which I don't, nor do I think I will ever get anytime soon, which is a whole other conversation as to why. But if I had a dog, I would ask. I don't live in the US, so I can't bring my dog to him to train. But I would find a school here where I live, or near where I live, that is similar to his school. I want to train my dog the way he trains dogs,
Well, the problem that most people don't realize, and since I've been through training with my dog, with Sensei, is they can be trained by the best trainers in the world. But if you're not willing to become and be trained yourself and follow through once you are home alone with that dog, then it's not going to be, it's going to revert back to whatever it wants. You need to be consistent with the animal.
Yeah.
And you need to be trained. Always train. I knew this trainer who trained the dog for 2-3 weeks and they sent it back home. I was like, well, what did you do to the owners? How do they know how to handle the dog? So you need to be a part of that training.
Yeah. So that, I think, is going to have. Also, I am going to send a picture to you, and you can share it with everybody. This famous guy, which again, I'm bad with names.
I'm too.
Sean Lowe. Hope I pronounce his name right. Otherwise, I'm sorry for butchering it. He was bitten by a dog, his own dog. Look at his injury.
Oh, poor guy. I'm getting
Look at his injuries. He posted it on social media.
I'm going to expand this. Oh, ooh. Wow, doesn't those look similar?
And he had some small dog. It wasn't even a.
Honey, smaller dogs.
Okay, maybe not a small dog, but not the same kind
Right.
of a. So yeah. That is going to be a big blow to the sleeper. I saw this guy's name on the witness list, which is from the defense. I'm trying to get the names of the. Hold on a second. Yeah, there it is. Defense witness list, and there's this guy, probably plural guys, from the. Oh, it doesn't say where they're from, but they're like, I remember from the previous trial where they say, oh, they work for the Norfolk DA, except for the Michael Morsi that we know that works for the DA. There is at least one more guy, which I remember the name, although I don't see in the last witness list for the last trial, it said in the parentheses, like Norfolk DA's office. But I think that he's on the list. I recognize the name. I hope that he is the sleeper guy that sheds some light to what's going on in the DA's office, except of course for the Michael Morsi. And there's also more than one trooper that we do know for a fact didn't do any investigation in the Karen Reed case. That some speculate that have been in the Sallyport in the evening hours of the 29th.
Okay, here we go. Tell me when to go to next till you find him.
I don't remember the name. I just remember when I saw first the list, I just saw his name, but I have no idea who he is. Seriously, I'm really bad with names, but I do know that he is from the
Just FYI, this hit just a few minutes ago in Discord. Go to Discord. You too can access these very same documents.
I'm on my phone.
That's okay. This is the defendant's assisted to motion to continue trial to date on or after April 25th. So they're wanting to push it to April 25th.
Yeah. Trooper Paul is also on defense's list, which is great. Oh, I loved him.
True. There's a lot of people I was surprised that were on their list.
Courtney Proctor. I wonder what she has to say.
Who?
Courtney, Trooper Proctor's sister.
Yeah, that's interesting. Courtney Proctor.
Okay,
well,
here's names that we know for a fact had nothing to do with investigation. Trooper Kathleen Prince. I don't remember her being in any of the papers.
Yeah, it could just be something to do with the evidence in the Sallyport.
Trooper Jeffrey Koskowski.
Good morning, case one. So anyway, we're going to get going. Monica Sementilli is up.
Okay, but I have to go too. So
Please.
Yes.
And thank you for putting both of these lists in separate spreadsheets for me.
Yes. I hope that she gives, she says yes to the continuance, because it will be much easier for everyone.
I hope not, because we have other cases that are going to be following this one, and if it delays it, then we're going to be piggybacking cases.
We have Valo,
Valo is one of them.
Yeah, and that's out of Florida, which is doesn't help she conspiracy to kill her son-in-law. What's the name? Yeah, you know what I mean, which case I mean. Yeah, but yes, talk to you later. Thank you so much. And
can you imagine this woman's, the red room, the guy who killed the husband? This is day 4.5 on the witness stand. He is so
wow.
Yes, he's pissed. He won't even say yes. Instead of saying, well, didn't it right here that you wrote that? And he goes, I wrote that. He wouldn't say yes. he is fighting them at every turn in this cross-examination. And since he's fighting her he's fighting the prosecutor, she's fighting him back. It is good.
So basically John McCabe, but only
In a male version form. Yep.
yeah. Yes. All right. Bye-bye.
Thank you, beloved. Thank you so much. You've
you
been
so
awesome. Have a great day. All right, guys, let me get this back up in form that I need it to be to do this. There we go. I got to get the layout redone. Okay, here we go, guys. Let me make sure there we go. I like to hear the judge in the morning.
I don't know. I hope. Well, we may have to talk again, huh? Welcome to the jury, and Mr. Baker, you're still under oath. I want all of you, please maintain good health. I'm going to the gym on Friday. Join me.
Thank you. Mr. Baker, yesterday we left off talking about I think it's the 10th interview that you had on November 12th of 2024. You remember that?
No, I remember we were talking about it, yes.
Okay. And remember that I asked you if you had asked to hear statements played for you, and you said the statements that you asked to be played were those of Mr. Austin.
Right, and they wouldn't let me hear it.
Okay. But you told us that portions of his statements were read to you.
Yes.
Okay. What statements were read to you?
I don't remember the statements verbatim.
Okay, well, give us the gist.
That he had a there was a Perkins operation.
The Perkins operation.
That's the part I heard about talking to another cellmate.
I see.
And it was kind of nothing really. It was nothing really.
It was nothing.
That made me want to remember it. So all I remember was a Perkins. And the stuff they read to me was nothing. It wasn't even worth for me to remember. So I can't remember what was exactly said. It was.
I see. Well, did you ask to hear certain types of statements?
No. I wanted to hear. I asked him. I wanted to hear everything.
Wanted to hear everything.
That's what I asked him to.
Why did you want to hear everything?
So I can hear what he's saying. So
you could again frame your answers around what he said.
Objection, that's argumentative. I'm gonna allow this.
No. Well, no.
And during this interview, did you again tell Mr. Levine that you were going to be truthful?
I don't recall.
Welcome, darling.
Well, if that's what was written, Baker said that he understood and agreed to provide truthful information. Does that refresh your recollection?
Not really, but I don't recall. If he said it, it was in the paper. I probably said it.
Because again, as we talked about yesterday,
I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't remember.
Call you as a witness, and so you wanted to tell them what they wanted to.
Patty, soldier.
Not 100% correct. No.
Okay. So you didn't want to tell them the truth.
I did regarding the actual connection between me and Monica. I did. Anything with dealing with JB and Chris, not yet.
Well, on this day, you changed your story up after hearing that Austin was arrested and that you were provided with portions of his Perkins operation, right?
Or whatever was read to me, yes.
Okay. And so your new version was you admitted that Austin was Jaybird, correct?
I can't remember. Eventually I did, yes. Eventually. I just can't remember. Was it that day? I don't remember. but I did
Do you need
admit
me
to
to
it.
show you the report?
Not really, because I didn't write the report, so I don't know.
Okay. So after you listened to them tell you about what Austin said in his Perkins operation, you then told them that Austin was Jaybird, correct?
I eventually told them, not knowing nothing about this report or all that, I did eventually tell them, yes, he was Jaybird.
Okay. And I know you haven't read the reports. You told us that they never gave them to you to see if they were correct, right?
Correct.
And they never showed you the notes if they took any of what you said.
Correct.
And you told them that you had lied about Austin because you were trying to protect him, correct?
Correct.
And you told them that after the murder, Austin was in a bad way. Remember that?
Yes.
And that you tried to keep him calm,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you also
Spelled
went
that
on
wrong.
to tell Mr.
Long
Levine
nails
and
make
his
it hard to type.
investigator that you never spoke, Austin never spoke to Monica, correct?
I can't remember that specific item. I don't remember the whole conversations.
Okay.
I'm not writing them down. or
Do you
nothing.
remember telling them that except there was a brief conversation in Los Angeles?
I don't remember the conversations they had with me verbatim like that.
Okay. Showing you the portion of that statement. Looking here at number 9, you see this? As far as he knew, meaning you, Austin never spoke to Monica Sementilli. Remember that?
Not really, but if it's there,
Austin did briefly meet Monica in Los Angeles, but it was a simple hi, hello, nice to meet you. Remember that?
I don't remember directly, but I'm sure I said it.
Okay. And then did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that this time where Monica met Austin in Los Angeles was way before you even thought about the murder? Do you remember that?
No, not offhand.
Looking at the next line, number 10. You see where it says, that was way before Baker said he even thought about the murder. He believes it was 3 months after he and Monica started their affair. Does that sound like what you told them? This was just last November.
I can't remember what I did yesterday.
Okay. And, well, you were here.
Yeah, I know that part. I know that much.
So, again,
I don't know.
if it's
I
in
don't.
the report, it would be something you said, right?
We really didn't pull out. No.
So it would be a lie?
No. Mm-mm.
Okay.
It's just general discussion. We were just talking.
Well,
They and myself.
but
So,
here it's reduced to writing,
and it was their writing exactly.
right?
Okay.
So did you say that?
I don't remember saying all that. I don't remember saying. I don't remember the discussion verbatim like that. I really
You don't remember that?
I don't remember this discussion verbatim like that. I don't.
And then you said that same day, Baker had to go to Monica's house to pick up something. He believes it had something to do with racquetball, and Austin came with him. You remember that?
I know. No, I don't remember the verbatim discussion.
Of course you don't.
But I do remember we talked about something like this. I don't remember exactly how the verbiage went.
Okay. Well, I showed you that the words "way before" are actually in quotes, right? So that means it would be attributable to you, right?
I didn't write this report, so.
I understand that, but you gave statements on numerous occasions,
Yeah.
right?
I gave statements. Yes, I have.
So you're saying that you have no recollection of saying those things?
I'm not saying, I just can't remember. I might have said it. I just can't remember verbatim discussion of this, all of the whole discussion. I just don't have it in my head and have it written down like
Okay.
that.
And then, did you also tell Mr. Levine that Austin would meet you in Las Vegas a couple times a year? Months prior to the murder on one trip, like we talked about here in July of 2016.
I remember talking to him about going to Vegas with him.
Okay. Months prior to the murder?
I don't remember if it was a timeline discussed.
Okay, well,
I'm not saying it didn't happen. I just said I just don't remember it.
now we're looking at number 12. See that?
I see the report.
Months prior to the murder. Is that something that you told them?
If they said, if they wrote it, I probably said it somewhere.
Okay. And then did you tell Austin that here it has Baker in parentheses, so we know who he's referring to, would possibly meet Monica while the two men were there? However, you and Monica did not meet. Do you see that?
Hello, 80s music man.
Yes,
I will tell you guys.
Again, is that something that you told them?
Sounds like it.
So that part you do recall.
It sounds like something I would say.
Okay.
I just don't remember the exact verbiage.
Of course not.
So now, putting all of those in context, does that remind you that you talked about with Mr. Levine that Austin briefly met Monica in Los Angeles?
Yeah.
So we're going back over that.
Yeah, we are.
Read that again. Ask the question one more time, please.
Austin briefly met Monica.
Objection is misreading the.
It's a rule.
It says Austin did briefly meet Monica. Is that what you said?
In Vegas or somewhere else?
In Los Angeles. I showed
Oh,
it to
okay.
you.
Yeah, it may have happened. Could have happened at LA Fitness. Yeah, could have happened.
LA Fitness.
Yeah,
Okay.
because I did bring him to the gym.
And then you said that was way before you even thought about the murder. Remember saying that?
I don't remember this discussion, but I may have said it.
You may have said it.
Yeah.
Okay. And you said you believed it was 3 months after you and Monica started your affair.
That could have been the discussion.
Okay. And that same day, Baker had to go to Monica's house to pick up something. Tell them that part too.
I don't really recall that.
That part you don't recall.
No, I really don't. I don't remember this whole discussion.
Okay. And you believe that it had something to do with racquetball. Does that change your answer at all?
I don't remember the whole discussion. I really don't.
And Austin came with you.
We probably discussed it somewhere along the line. I just don't remember the exact verbiage.
But again, you told the jury all this the other day.
Yeah, I'm telling the same thing. I don't remember the exact verbiage.
Okay.
Let me show you that exact verbiage. I would be like, here you go. Here you go. Here you go. I'd be putting in his face every time. I can play that game too, boo. I can play
Do
it
you
too.
remember telling Mr. Levine that you told Austin he might meet Monica while you were in Las Vegas?
Yeah.
I don't remember that discussion either.
Looking at number 12, Baker told Austin that you would meet Monica while you guys were in Las Vegas.
Objection, Your Honor, she left out the word possibly.
Okay, possibly meet. It's right on the screen, right? And then you go on to say, but you guys did not meet, right? You and Monica
Right.
didn't meet in Las Vegas.
But we did meet though.
Yes, that's what you told us yesterday. So again, when you were telling this to Mr. Levine and his investigator, was that yet another lie?
I don't remember the verbiage, so I might have said it. I might have said what I just told you just now. Maybe they miswrote it or something. But I did remember seeing her briefly in Vegas.
Actually, you told us on 2 occasions at the
It was
Aria.
briefly. Yes, briefly, very brief.
Mm-hmm. Nevertheless, what you told Mr. Levine was the opposite, right?
I don't remember saying all that to Mr. Levine.
Okay.
Like that. I remember telling him that I did go to Vegas and
You
we did
did.
meet.
Okay. Just like you told the jury, right?
I'm telling you.
The jury.
Well, and the jury too.
We're all here, right? It's being
We're
written
all
down.
here.
Same
Yes.
thing that's been happening for the last several days.
Yeah,
right?
I know. Yeah.
And then you also told Mr. Levine that Austin never stabbed Fabio, right?
Correct.
And he did not hold him down.
Correct.
Can you think of why Austin would make himself more guilty rather than less guilty, as you said you tried to do?
I haven't talked to Mr. Austin, so I don't know.
Do you remember also saying on direct exam when Mr. Levine asked you questions that when he asked if Austin stabbed Fabio, you said it all makes sense now that he had done that. Do you remember saying that?
I might have said it. If I remember everything before it was said, I could probably put it together, but these little phrases, I can't remember. I can't put it together.
Little phrases. It goes to the details of what you have told the jury and what you did.
No, we're talking about.
Sustained.
We're talking about what actually occurred when you murdered Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Okay.
I agree
And
with
you
that.
told us that you don't remember Austin being out there, but he was moving around and you had blacked out and you don't remember the details.
Yes, I remember that.
Do you also remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that Austin was never out on the patio?
During the murder, yes.
At any point in time during that day?
We didn't discuss all that. He asked me, I think it was about the murder.
Okay. Well, the day of the murder, did you tell them that Austin was never outside on the patio where and when the murder took place?
There's something missing out of this.
let's look at number 14. This is what we just talked about. Austin did not stab Fabio, nor did he hold him down. Baker said he alone stabbed Fabio. Austin's job was to be a lookout. Baker said that Austin was never outside on the patio where/when the murder took place. Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Mr. Levine and his investigator?
Yes.
Again, Austin in this case was able to give numerous details about the patio area. Did you ever tell him what the patio looked like, or what the crime scene looked like, or what had happened on the patio with Fabio, such that he would know the details?
No, I never talked to him.
And then you went on to tell Mr. Levine that Austin knows next to nothing about the actual killing and why you did it, correct?
I can't remember, but if it's in there, I probably said it.
Okay.
Can't remember.
You
That needs
also
to be my
told Mr.
next soundbite
Levine
from
that
you.
Austin was
Can't
not
remember.
told they were going to kill Fabio when they went to the house. That would be a lie, right?
Say again.
That would be a
No,
lie.
the beginning part. The beginning part again.
You never told Austin that you were going to the Sementilli house to commit a murder.
I could have said that.
That would be a lie,
Yeah, I
correct?
could have said that.
Again, that would be a lie, correct?
Yeah, I just didn't want to give him any evidence. That's all.
So again, this is after you said you knew that Austin had been arrested and interviewed, and so you weren't trying to protect him anymore, but yet you still lied to Mr. Levine and his investigator.
I was still trying to protect him.
So,
Correct?
I'm still trying to protect him. Yes.
Still trying to protect him.
Mhm.
Because the truth is, he didn't know, right? You told him
That he was going to be a lookout. Correct.
for a murder.
Yes.
And then you said that you only told Austin you were going to rough up Monica's husband because he had mistreated her. Is that again yet another lie?
I did say that.
Okay. Again, another lie?
And another protection lie. Yes.
Lie is a lie, whether it's protection or not. I don't go for that crap. Just saying.
How does
saying.
claiming the victim mistreated Monica protect Austin?
The whole not giving information about Austin was my intent because I knew it was going back to you.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, how does saying Monica's husband mistreated her protect Austin?
Possibly gives him a way out. Oh, some wiggle room somewhere in the future.
Wiggle room for what?
Anything. Anything.
Explain to us on how trying to dirty up the victim with a lie somehow protects his killers.
I really can't. It would be too, you wouldn't let me explain it if I tried.
I've asked you multiple times now to do so, sir. You have the opportunity right now to explain how trying to dirty up Fabio with a lie somehow protects
As far as dirtying
you
up,
or Austin.
as far as dirtying up Fabio, I wasn't really trying to do that as much as you say it was. That part about what was going on with her and him, I still couldn't put my finger on. I really think there's something going on. There was something going on there the whole time.
In your mind, you think there was something
in my
going
mind,
on?
yes. In my mind, yes.
Okay. And is that, again, another lie that you are, again, telling to the jury to try and dirty up a completely innocent man who was slaughtered by you sitting on his back patio?
I'm just telling you the truth now. I'm sworn to this now, so I'm swearing to it. I swore to it, as I'm telling you. I just felt that way. I really
You
did.
felt that way.
Yes, I did.
Did Monica tell you that Fabio was abusive, had mistreated her, or had done anything other than provide her with a lavish lifestyle to be able to do whatever she pleased?
Her actions did.
Her actions did. I see.
Lunch is here.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigators that at that point you told Austin to get into the passenger seat of the Porsche?
I probably told him that.
And that you drove it away?
I probably told him that.
Okay. And then did you also tell them that as you drove away, you already heard sirens?
I probably did. As
That
I'm
would be a
driving
lie,
away.
correct?
That would be a lie. That I didn't hear sirens. I heard sirens, so nothing. I can't prove I heard it, but I heard sirens.
Okay. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine, contrary to that convoluted story we've been hearing about for the last couple days, that after you parked the Porsche, you and Austin walked to the rental car from there?
That is argumentative.
I'll allow this.
Yes.
During this 10th interview on November 12th, was this the first time that you brought up gold coins?
Most likely.
When you say most likely, do you recall, again, contrary to what you've testified to, telling Mr. Levine that the gold coins were in the house?
Contrary.
Not on the patio.
Question one more time, but the contrary thing threw me off for a second. Can you state the question again?
Do you remember telling Mr. Levine, contrary to what you've testified to here, that the gold coins were in the house?
Yeah, they were in the house, the property, the house. Yes.
In the house, not
The
on the patio. Two different places.
we didn't. I don't remember talking about that specifically.
You don't
Oh,
remember?
nice and
I don't
hot.
remember talking about that specifically. I can't remember that.
Almost too hot.
I can't remember.
Mm. Yes, pineapples go on pizza. Oh my gosh, you are so Gerald. Oh my gosh, you just said that.
Gold coins were in-house. Remember saying that?
I remember having a discussion and it was fast and we were just talking like normal people, not analyzing every syllable. So it could have been.
So were the gold coins in the house? Were they out on the patio in that detailed explanation that you gave us about how they were in the ground, in an envelope with documents, and one coin sticking out? Which one is it?
In the patio house, it'll have to be different.
I'm sorry, counsel, that's not true. And your objections are overruled.
When I'm telling them what happened, we're talking about it fast.
Uh-huh.
And it's just going, we're in general, I'm making general statements as I'm talking. Like I said, I'm not analyzing every word to make sure it's going to be 1,000% correct. It just didn't work like that. We were just talking and he was just jotting down notes and I'm not paying attention at all.
Well, he wrote down what you said. Gold coins were in-house. So that's what you said.
No, like I said, I don't remember that. We're having a general discussion about what was taken and all this stuff. And a lot of the stuff was on the counter in the house. So maybe that was got.
So now the gold coins might have been on the counter.
No. I'm saying that I took everything off the counter, off the drawer, off the dresser drawers, where the jewelry box was. So everything was quick. Everything was fast.
I know.
Again, like I said, I was telling a quick story, not worrying about every little syllable. So yeah, it could be that way, but when you play it back,
You were lying your butt
I can't
off.
play it back 'cause it was
no.
never
I'm just
recorded.
saying if I had to play it back and think about it again, I would probably present it all differently, knowing I would be on trial for what I said again.
Well, you knew that you were going to be coming into trial to testify. That was the whole point of them coming to talk
I
to
would
you.
have slowed the story down
Exactly.
a little bit and been more
But you knew
exact.
that. You did know that.
No, I
They
didn't know
told
it
you
was
that
gonna
was the
be-
whole point.
All right, one at a time, please.
They told you.
Okay.
That was the whole point of them interviewing you, to get your story down so that they would know what to ask you about when you got on the stand, right? And they told you over and over they wanted you to tell the truth.
They didn't tell me over and over and over and over. They didn't. They
They
just said,
didn't?
let's
Mr.
talk
Levine
about.
didn't say that at
let's
every
talk
single interview? We just want the truth?
They did say that.
Didn't they?
They did.
I wasn't there, you were. And it's not
Yes.
recorded, so you tell us.
I'm trying to.
What you've told this jury is that the gold coins were outside, right?
That was my sworn
Your
statement.
sworn statement, right? I
Yes,
know.
that's my sworn statement.
But yet, what you told Mr. Levine and his investigator is that the gold coins were in the house.
It's a general discussion, not a sworn statement. Yes.
Got it. So you lied to them.
He's splitting hairs. So if it's a conversation, nothing that he swore to, he thinks it's okay to lie. And once he swears, he's telling the truth.
Your testimony here was true.
Even
No,
he's
I just
confusing
told them
himself.
in general sequence what happened fast, not analyzing like this.
Got it. Did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the rental car with Austin back to your apartment?
I probably did.
So which would be true? That you left him at a bowling alley with the rental and then you walked home? That you drove the rental back to the apartment, or some other version?
The sworn statement I gave you is the truth.
The sworn testimony.
Yes.
The one where you went back and forth with respect to the bowling alley, maybe not the bowling alley. Correct? That one?
I'm giving you the sworn statement I gave then and now.
All right. So what you told them again, going back to the apartment in the rental car to change for work, that would be a lie.
No, that was the truth.
That was the truth. Now, did you also tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you subsequently took Austin to the flyaway and told him that you could either take him to the flyaway or he could call a car service to take him to LA?
Yes.
And you knew Mr. Austin had no money. You had to even give him money to fly out, right? We talked about that over the last several days.
He had some kind of money. He had money.
He had money that you gave him.
He had money of his own also, I'm sure.
You're sure?
Well, I'm not sure, but I'm pretty sure.
Were you as sure that he had money as you were that you had money?
Say that again?
Are you as sure that he had money as you were that you yourself had money?
I'm sure he had some money.
Okay. And so you told him he could take a car service, right?
I wouldn't use that type of verbiage with Austin, but
Did you use that type of verbiage with Mr. Levine and his investigator?
like a taxi or something. It's a car service.
Car service.
Yeah, it could be a taxi or anything.
Okay.
Just basically get to, anyway.
Did you say car service, taxi service,
I don't remember
or
the
anything?
exact verbiage. I don't remember the exact
If I were to
words.
tell you, you said car service. Does that sound like?
I wouldn't remember. I might have said it.
You might have said it.
Yeah, I just don't remember.
Okay. And then you told him to go back to Alaska as soon as he could, right?
I remember saying something like that.
And that was because he told you that he had just gotten a ticket in the rental car, right? So you wanted him to get out of town quick.
It has nothing to do with the ticket, no.
Oh, it doesn't. It had nothing to do with the ticket.
No.
Okay.
This guy is all over the
Right
place, y'all.
before you talked about this, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that Austin told you he had just gotten a seatbelt ticket?
He did. I did tell him that.
And you told him to pay it off as soon as possible so the ticket wouldn't remain in the system.
Yes.
Okay. And then you said that you drove him to the flyaway and you gave him a choice to either drive him to the flyaway, take the car service to LAX, and that you told him to go back to Alaska as soon as he could. Yep.
I don't remember the exact verbiage, but yeah, that was pretty much it.
Okay. And then did you also give Mr. Austin money to purchase a burner phone?
He had money.
Okay.
I just told him to get a burner phone eventually, somewhere in there.
So the two of you could communicate, right?
Right.
Secretly.
Burner phones are.
So that you could talk about the murder and keep him up to date on the investigation, correct?
Just to keep in touch with him in general about anything.
Well,
I just want to get a state of mind.
If you were keeping in touch in general, you wouldn't need a burner phone, right? You could talk the way you had before.
Not really, no.
Why not?
I don't want to be in touch with him on the grid anywhere.
I see. On the grid. Okay. You wanted to make sure that you were able to keep the communication secret.
I want to keep my communication with him secret as possible.
The same reason that you provided Monica with burner phones so that you could keep your communications off the grid.
That's what burner phones are for.
There you go. There
Do
you
you
go.
remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that you drove the Porsche to the spot where it was later found, walked from there to Ventura Boulevard, and took a bus back to where you left the rental car?
Yes, I remember that.
So would that be true, or is the story you told to the jury the truth?
That's the truth.
Which one?
The one I told to the jury definitely is.
Okay, definitely. Not the one you told to Mr. Levine.
That one was the truth also, according to that statement, yes.
Well, the problem is that you never mentioned the bus.
To
in
where?
your-
Oh, here? No one asked.
Oh, no, I asked. We've gone through, as you accused me of yesterday, in a lot of detail as to what you did, how
been
you got
snipping.
there, where you went. We've gone over this in detail numerous
There's
times.
nothing wrong with me telling you I took a bus, so I don't see why I wouldn't tell you.
I see. But you didn't is the problem. So again,
Objection, that's argument.
Sustained.
did you take a bus to get home, or did you walk, or did you take some other vehicle?
I took a bus from Ventura
Took a
to
bus.
where the car was to get home.
You also mentioned to Mr. Levine that when you went through your apartment, you threw out anything you thought belonged to Monica and anything that might tie you to her, correct?
Correct.
However, you did not clear out your Dropbox, correct?
My Dropbox. You're in my house?
Your Dropbox.
In my house?
You know what a Dropbox is, sir.
I've got to be sure with you, because we went from my house to something else.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Sustained and stricken.
Again, you did not clear out your Dropbox.
What Dropbox?
Yours. I can't be more specific than that.
What do you mean, a Dropbox?
You have a Dropbox that contained numerous photos of you and Monica.
My internet.
Does
now.
that ring a
Internet.
bell?
The internet now we're talking about. Yeah, I thought we were talking
No,
about
it's
the
not
house.
the internet. It's called Dropbox.
I know, but
Objection, Your Honor. He's answered the question.
Yes, as you're being.
He is making it difficult
You didn't
for
clear out the
her.
Dropbox.
no.
But you told Mr. Levine that you cleared out everything that would tie you to Monica. So that would also be false.
In my
correct?
house. In my house, yes. But we didn't talk about a Dropbox.
Okay.
Everything was done in secret. There you go.
Let's talk about the next interview that you had with Mr. Levine. Number 11, this would be on January 9th of this year, 2025, from 10:15 to 11:20. Do you remember that?
Not offhand, but I'll take your word for it.
Okay. This happened at MCJ. Remember that?
Yes, everything happened in, I think,
No, it
was
did
it,
not.
what was it?
You told us yesterday that the other interviews took place at NCCF in Santa Clarita. You remember that?
Yes.
This one was at MCJ.
Okay.
Remember that? This
Yes.
year,
Yes.
January 9th. Got it?
I don't remember the date, but yes.
Again, was this interview recorded?
As far as I know, no.
And at this point, Mr. Levine told you that Austin took a plea deal and pled guilty to second-degree murder, correct?
I recall that.
Okay. And you were also told by Mr. Levine that his plea deal was contingent on him saying what the DA believed was the truth. Remember him saying that?
Something like that.
Did he ever tell you that actually that wasn't true? What was true is that what he testified to had to be truthful because that would be evaluated by the judge.
Objection. That's argument.
Sustained.
Did he ever tell you that what Mr. Austin had to do was tell the truth because it would be evaluated by the judge.
No, he didn't tell me any of that.
He didn't tell you that. At this point, were you also told about the fact that Mr. Austin told law enforcement about the attempted murder of Fabio Sementilli the night before the murder, which would have been Sunday, January 22nd?
He probably did tell me.
I'm sorry?
He probably did tell me.
Well, that was the first time that they told you that they knew about the attempt on Fabio's life the night before you actually killed him, right?
It was talked about somewhere in there. I just don't remember what day it was.
Well, you never brought it up in any of your
I can't
interviews.
recall. I just can't recall.
Okay. If I were to tell you that you never brought it up with Mr. Levine, does that refresh your recollection?
Not really. I'll just have to take everybody's word for it because that I don't remember. It's too many details.
Do you remember Mr. Levine also telling you that it wasn't something you could lie about because there was forensic evidence placing you near the location of that attempted murder?
I don't remember saying that.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember saying that.
You don't remember him saying that?
Your Honor, I'm going to object that. And this states what is written there, that you're going to see the post report.
No speaking objections. You can't do that. I know. Hello, Brit. I love pineapple on my pizza. That is my favorite. And that was a stuffed crust pineapple pizza. That's why I say pineapple's no politics instead of pickles and no politics. Okay, well, you're going to sit there and not. He's so
I
ready
don't remember.
You
to
don't.
get off the stand. It's been 4.5 days.
Do you recall Mr. Levine telling you that there was forensic evidence linking you to that location where the attempted murder happened the night before?
Yeah, I don't remember.
You don't.
I don't remember him saying that. I just can't recall it.
Of course you don't.
Looking at number 4, do you see this?
Yes.
Thank you, June.
Again,
Thank you so much,
do
love.
you remember being told that there
Read
was
it in a little bit.
forensic evidence placing you near the location of the attempted murder?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
I don't.
Okay. isn't it true that it was only after Mr. Levine said that you finally admitted to this attempted hit on Fabio Sementilli the night before you killed him?
Could have been. I just don't recall it.
So would it be fair to say that when Mr. Levine asked you to tell him the truth in all of the prior interviews, you were not?
Correct.
Once you knew that there was actual forensic evidence proving you were at a location, that was when you finally decided to come clean about the attempted hit, right?
You could say that.
At that point, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you and Austin planned to kill Fabio the night before as he left a restaurant on Ventura Boulevard?
I did finally tell him about it.
Okay. And did you also then, after being told about the forensic evidence and Mr. Austin being truthful about what happened, tell Mr. Levine that you learned Fabio was going there doing a routine conversation with the defendant, Monica?
I believe so, but without the forensic evidence part.
I'm sorry?
Everything is true, but that forensic evidence part, I still don't remember that.
So you just happen to have a routine conversation 2 days in a row where the defendant told you where Fabio Sementilli would be so that you could kill him.
I know where he's going to be and where she's going to be, not at the time, but I pretty much know what everybody's doing every time we talk because she lets me know her day. This was routine.
But you also told us that you had no idea that there was a housekeeper that had come to the house on Monday.
No, I didn't know that.
So you didn't really know about what everybody was doing.
Not about the housekeeper, no.
And did you also tell Mr. Levine that you remembered that Monica said this about Fabio going to a restaurant at some point previous?
I'm not sure it was saying or texting. It's probably texting more than saying.
Texting via Viber.
Has to be Viber, yes.
Because again, you don't want people to know what the two of you are texting about, right? That was the point of using Viber, because it was encrypted.
No, it's using Viber is just a good way to. No, it was absolutely not.
Oh, now it was not. So what you told
No, it was
the
absolutely
jury,
not used to be secret. Well, that wasn't it. That wasn't it. It was just Viber because we use Viber all the time, like millions of other people.
Okay. But millions of other people aren't plotting a murder.
Yeah, but they still use Viber.
Sustain.
I was getting a little bit.
So you're telling the jury that at some point, Monica just happened to mention to you that Fabio was going to a specific location to pick up food that night.
She mentions everything.
Everything.
Where
Everything.
What's going on all the time.
And so you just happened to be lucky in getting to that location before he got there.
Again, I got an indication. I know the GPS. Yes.
Well, you told us earlier that you didn't really look at the GPS because you left your phone home that night so you wouldn't be traced, right? So it really didn't have anything to do with the GPS.
I said I had a burner phone, but I don't remember using it that day. I don't remember. I can't remember. But I always tracked them that way. I tracked the cars.
He's a work.
Esther tells me that you're unanimous, that you don't want to break. I appreciate that. I have to give my staff time to go to the bathroom, along with the attorneys. So we'll take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. The admission flies. See you back here in 10.
Okay, so this is interesting. He's a weird little cookie. And I have to be honest, I don't like him. But his testimony is intriguing. The way he phrases things, the way he talks, he is definitely giving a class A performance here. We're not liking it, but he's given us a performance, that's for sure. So what are y'all thinking? Yes, Viper is always encrypted. So is God, what's the other one that everybody uses? We do have a new document in the Karen Read. We brought up the title of it, but I'll read that on the lunch break. Guys, make sure you like the stream and then comment ILIKED, because I will be giving away an entry in the $50 in the entry for the end of the month giveaway. Excuse me. Has anybody ever bought off of Temu before? Because I see these cool sofa covers so you can protect them from pets and things, but I don't know if the quality is decent. I don't know. No, 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 no. I don't know. No. I mean, mine looks fine, but I'm just wanting to have a little more protection. And I want it to look cute. And it's an all great. It's like the 2 seats, and then you got that long section. And I just like to change it up and make it look cute. It's an all gray. And just wanted to see if their quality of stuff is, I mean, it's not top stuff. I get that, but excuse me. But I was just curious if it was decent at all. Just curious. I don't think I've bought anything worth much on here before. I don't think I've only bought from one time. It was okay. I've been told you don't buy anything with the size because the size may be off. So you really got to get your measurements right. That's why I'm worried about buying these for a sectional sofa. Although I think some of this stuff is cute. But you know what I mean, Vern. But I need to stop looking at this because I just threw stuff in my cart and I'm already at $100, so I'm going to stop looking. Hey, Matt. Was it good?
You want to try the stuffed crust?
I had mine.
No, you want to try the stuffed crust?
Mine had a stuffed crust.
No, it did not.
Okay.
It was a normal crust.
Oh, I didn't know that. Well, you take all my cheese out of the stuffed crust and just give me the crust. When's she coming over?
Haven't heard back from her. It's good though, isn't it?
It is good, but I can't eat much of it. One slice and I'm full. One slice and I'm full. I'm going to look for breaking news. Alaska is the largest eruption in the past 10,000 years. Mount Spur, just to the west of the city of Anchorage, is rumbling. The Alaskan volcano obviously is being monitored. The earthquakes and gas emissions and everything. So, yeah, I'm really concerned for Anchorage. My father was in the Coast Guard out in Alaska. So we have a little connection there. So, yeah, yes. Oh. Somebody recorded the space shuttle capsule coming in. We got a fireball. Didn't know that the space shuttle was coming in. Funny, y'all. It was funny. I felt bad for him, actually. I really did. The lady said, I felt like an idiot, but oh well. So I got the capsule coming in. A new volcanic vent burst open in Yellowstone National Park. Ooh, they got a new one. Oh my Lord, the earth is not happy with all the stuff that's going on. As some would say, the Mother Earth ain't happy. And I get it. I've got to call my glass place. I still have not gotten my parts in, and it's been 2 weeks. I'm like, why have you not called me? I need my glasses fixed. These are my good ones. I prefer them. Oh, but they're bifocals and they have a sweet spot that you got to get it in. The nose piece is broken off. Yeah, the volcano. So let me see what we can get up here. I'm looking for stuff for us to watch. Would help if I get in the right place. I'm sorry I'm not as organized as usual, guys. I am very exhausted and not feeling well. I had over a temperature over 100.5 last night, which isn't too bad. But the night before it got a 102.7, which concerned me. So I immediately got in the tub and immediately cooled myself down. But I am really struggling here. By the way, some people love kratom, some people hate kratom, some people don't know what it is and judge kratom. But as with anything used appropriately, it can be phenomenal. Kratom hits the same opioid receptors in the brain, but you're not getting any opioids. And one of the things that is really good when you have a cough that you cannot just stop, and it's getting to the point to where you're getting possibly, some people broken ribs coughing, or dislocated them too. So anything with codeine, like a hydrocodone or code, will help stop the cough and dry up your nasal passages. Well, this is 1836. My son has a shop that sells this stuff, and this is called Logic. So it is a kratom. So it helps with the discomfort and the drainage. It helps you dry out a little bit. But what I love about this particular Logic in the 1836, it also has a bright white kratom with lion's mane, shanga mushrooms, cinnamon, and nutmeg. It's a powdered tea and mushroom blend. And it's in a capsule because I can't stand the taste. And I have to say, I wouldn't be sitting here because you could ask my beloved this morning. I was to be tied. I was feeling so bad this morning. I started late today thinking we had a Karen Reed trial, and we didn't, or hearing. I understand now it's been postponed. Yay. Till Thursday morning. And of course, all of us have been sick before. Hi, Haley Mouse. Um, so I took some of that kratom this morning, and it's making it to where I'm not coughing every 5 seconds, and I'm here with you, not at my 100%, but at least. at least I am here. And do I wish I was in bed? Yeah, betcha. But if I lay down, I cough all day. So anyway, that's where we are. Haley Mouse, let's catch you up. I guess you heard Trooper Proctor. Sorry, I'm trying not to. Trooper Proctor has been fired with a dishonorable discharge. And I personally think that this is going to bring some great relief to the defense. I believe that this is going to make it to where it creates more reasonable doubt, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I'm hoping that it creates enough that she's not found guilty, because look, reasonable doubt is all you need, and a lot of people don't know reasonable doubt really means, and they struggle with it. But if you have the head investigator who was fired due to conduct being so bad that they didn't just fire him, but they dishonorably discharged him. There's a difference. You can be fired, but dishonorable is far more damning for him. So anyway, so we have that. And of course, we got more of this guy on the stand. I don't think we're learning anything new. I think that it's time that they go ahead and cut him loose and let's get this finished. The judge was hoping they would go to jury this week, and then he said, nope, we're not going to go there this week, maybe next week. But be prepared to be here till Christmas. I find his candor and his humor in this situation kind of fun. Before I came live, I think somebody said he was talking about something that somebody brought for everybody. I don't know. We'll go back and look. Sorry. I am, like I said, I'm struggling, but I thank you for being here. I appreciate everybody. I really do. Haley Mouse, wait a minute. There is a new Karen Reed docu-series on Max. I didn't know about it. I'm willing to put it on Discord for everyone to view, but I think that Toxic is wanting to do that. So y'all, if you have Discord and you want to watch it with, one of us will get it up there. Oh, honey. Thank you, Boo. And for those of you who are just joining us, my boyfriend's on today. His name is Gerald. I'll say hi to my honey bun.
So when I said I'm off next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
I'm going to back up on that. What?
So when I said I'm off next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
Oh, man. That's on them. He stopped talking. I don't know what's going on.
Do you, on this
So he
interview,
has a conference Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of next week, which is good. I might use that time for us to catch up on other things. I need to take a day off next week. So many personal things I got to deal with during business hours. So we'll take a day off at one point next week. Here we go.
January 9th of this year, do you remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that what Austin had described happening was correct that night? That you went to this strip mall in order to kill Fabio?
I probably said something like that somewhere.
Okay. And that when you heard from the defendant, from Monica, that Fabio was going to pick up food from a Chinese restaurant, that your thought was, let me go get this guy.
Yeah, I probably said something like that to them.
I'm sorry?
I probably had said something like that to them.
Okay. During this same interview where you were told that Austin talked about what had happened on the night of January 22nd of 2017, did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator that you're the only one who knows everything?
Yes.
But yet you wanted to hear Austin's interview, correct?
Yes.
Even though you knew everything. Right?
Yes.
And on this day, were you provided with a recording of Austin's statements that he made here in Los Angeles regarding the January 22nd, 2017 attempt to kill Fabio?
I never heard any audio.
Were you provided with a transcript?
No one provided me a transcript.
Were you read anything regarding his interview about January 22nd of 2017?
I don't remember what dates, but there was a piece of some type of transcript read to me, pieces of it, and I don't remember what day it was.
Regarding the January 22nd attempted murder?
No, I don't know about. No, it was just information off a transcript. It was like being read, scanned quickly, and so I really wasn't paying attention like that. So
you weren't paying attention to the thing that you had asked to see?
No, not at that time, because it didn't sound like anything.
It didn't sound like anything?
Yeah, it didn't sound anything. No, didn't sound like anything. I don't remember even what was being read to me. I really don't.
Okay. But you recall there being pieces of his transcript being read to you?
Yes. And I don't even know what day it was. It was only one time. It was, I think it was just one time in the CJ when it was read to me in pieces. And I couldn't even hear him.
You couldn't hear him?
I really couldn't. No, I really even couldn't hear him.
Weren't they sitting right next to you?
They were sitting in front of me, in front of a glass and mesh. And he was kind of mumbling. So I didn't really hear it.
Did you tell them I can't hear you?
No.
Can you talk louder, since it was something that you really wanted to hear about?
No, time was winding out, and I knew it wasn't even worth listening to. So no, I didn't. I don't even know what day it was, which day that was.
Okay. Did you tell Mr. Levine during this interview that you came through the backyard where Mr. Sementilli was smoking a cigarette?
It was one of the interviews. I don't know which one it was.
Okay. Or a cigar?
He was smoking something, but I'm sure it was a cigar.
Smoking something but you're sure it was a cigar. Why are you sure it was a cigar?
Because I
when you
don't
previously-
because I don't remember exactly what it was, but I know he was smoking something, and I'm sure it was a cigar.
So now you're sure it was a cigar.
Yeah, because he only smokes cigars, from what I understand.
How do you know that?
Because she told me this.
She being Monica.
Correct.
Did you ever tell Al Birdsong that you were going to go to a country that had no extradition?
Well, I don't remember that.
No?
I don't remember that.
Did you ever tell him that Monica was going
Are you going to join Adelson's in Vietnam?
to pay you $25,000 to kill her husband?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. Yeah?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Okay. So you said absolutely not regarding that answer, but when I asked you if you told Al Birdsong that you thought you were going to get out and that you were researching countries that had no extradition to the United States, your answer to that was, I don't remember. Does that mean you might have said that to him?
About the 25,000, absolutely not.
Objection, move to strike, non-responsive.
Stricken.
Again, did you tell Al Birdsong that you were researching countries that had no extradition to the United States for when you got out?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember. So you might have.
I don't remember ever saying nothing like that.
Okay. Did you tell Al Birdsong that Monica was shopping during the murder?
No.
Did you tell Al Birdsong that Monica called to tell you when no one would be there but Fabio?
No.
Did you tell Chris Austin the same thing?
No.
Did you ever tell Al Birdsong while you were in jail that you wanted him to be your investigator so he could see all the evidence and help you get around it?
The around part, no. The investigator part, yes.
Why did you want Al Birdsong, who worked for Homeland Security, to be your investigator?
So I could see the discovery.
During this same interview at the beginning of this year with Mr. Levine and his investigator, they also told you that Mr. Birdsong had been questioned in December of 2024, correct?
Yes.
And you told them Al doesn't know anything, just like you said about Chris Austin, right?
I believe so.
Good morning, Miss Dyke.
Sure
Afternoon.
did.
Just like you said, Chris Austin knows nothing. You're the only one that knows,
Oh, well.
correct?
Yeah, say it again, please.
Sure. You told them Al Birdsong doesn't know anything, just like you said about Mr. Austin, and that you're the only one that knows everything.
I can't combine those two answers in that whole thing.
Did you say that? Yes or no?
One is yes and one is no.
Which part's yes?
The one where Al doesn't know anything, yes. Chris did.
You actually told us that you did tell Mr. Levine that Chris knows nothing.
At one point, yes, I did tell him that.
And that You didn't tell him even that you were going to the house to commit the murder. Remember, we went through all of this.
Yeah, I did
just a
tell.
few
I
minutes
did tell.
before?
Yeah, I did tell Levine that, Mr. Levine that, in this party.
So you lied about Chris Austin,
To Mr. Levine, yes.
and you lied about Al Birdsong.
No, I didn't.
Okay, that part was true.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask to hear Mr. Birdsong's interview?
I can't remember. That would be standard for me, yes. It's pretty standard. I can't remember, but I would ask for that.
And then would you once again not listen when they told you about the interview?
I don't hear it. I didn't hear anything.
You didn't hear anything.
No.
And you weren't read anything.
Wasn't read anything about Birdsong, no.
Did Mr. Levine tell you that Al Birdsong told law enforcement that he had had sex with?
I'm going to object.
X is coming in. Instead of saying SEX. Oh, God. I'm still sick, hon.
I got to send you something I just found to help with that. Yeah. That'll-
Um, how's it going to help me from there?
Well, it's some pressure points on your hand. That'll help.
Oh, really?
Yeah. You want to give me a minute? I'll send it to you.
Yes.
You can sit there and do it.
I have found some sectional covers that I like, but the L shape is on the wrong side.
After Daddy.
Nabbit.
Yeah, I understand that.
Ah.
Oh, that there. That there. This will just take a second.
I will tell you though, this vapor duo, this is for the NIF side, but
Yeah.
if you want to be able to put a dab on your upper lip,
Uh-huh.
it has a little thing.
Okay.
You can sit there and inhale the vapors.
Well, that's nice. Well, let's
It's
see.
nice.
Okay.
It's
There
doing
it is. Send it to Mary, so I can turn right around and send it to you, I think.
Did you tell Mr. Levine that Birdsong was a mission specialist
I believe so.
and that he does logistics for agents?
I believe so.
Mhm.
Did Mr. Levine or his investigator tell you what Al Birdsong said?
They mentioned a few things. I just remember off.
What things did they mention to you?
I don't recall. It wasn't even in my brain worth noting.
Did you tell Mr. Levine and his investigator, I need to hear the audio or see the transcripts?
Ooh,
Standard, yes.
sorry.
And you're saying that they
what?
I'm sending it to you now.
Okay, beloved. Thank you. Got it.
told you what he said, correct?
Okay.
Very briefly, small pieces, but I don't even remember what it was.
Did Mr. Levine or his investigator tell you that he had had sex with Monica on more than one occasion?
I'm sorry, that's confusing. Mr. Levine?
No, Mr. Birdsong.
He might have mentioned it.
And is that true?
I'm not exactly sure.
You're not sure.
No.
Why aren't you sure? Weren't you in a hotel room with
Yeah,
him
but
and Monica?
I didn't see any penis going in any vagina, so no, I can't say for sure.
You didn't hear what he said?
I heard. Now I
You interpret it?
Yeah, I can interpret it. I didn't say it.
I know, but dang.
Yeah,
Well, were the three of you naked in a motel room?
He likes the shock value.
No.
No. Were any of you naked in the hotel room?
Well, eventually, you take a shower.
Okay. And how many of you were naked to take
Eventually to take a shower after about 2 hours of pom pom boom 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 boom.
shower?
One at a time. For me.
So
You
did
did
see
one
any
at a
sort of
time?
Sex acts
You?
taking place
No.
between
Oh, it
Monica
wasn't a
and,
Margaret Clark?
Birdsong?
I did not.
Did you and Monica engage in sex acts in front of Birdsong?
I don't think we did.
You don't think?
I don't think we did. It's a long time ago. This is almost 10 years ago. But no, I don't think we did.
8 years.
What about in Los Angeles? Did the three of you engage in sex acts in a hotel room?
No.
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 That time you remember.
No, that I remember.
But not in Vegas. That time you don't remember if you did or did not.
No, I did not know. In Vegas, no.
Or
LA, no.
Showing you People's 204. This is you and Birdsong and Monica in Las Vegas at the Hotel Cabana, right?
Okay.
she did want to be a porn star.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what happened while you guys were in Vegas together?
Yeah, we just sat and had a good time party. We didn't do anything.
You are right, Miss
Say right now.
Amy.
No,
You said you don't remember.
I remember the cabana.
Okay. How about at some place other than the cabana?
I remember the room too.
And
what?
was any sex had
No.
between the three of you in
No.
Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. So now you remember that part.
I remember the no sex part the whole time.
Oh, okay. I thought you had told us that you didn't remember before and you didn't think
The sex part,
they
yes.
engaged in sex.
No, not in front of me, no.
Not in front of you.
No,
So
I don't know. I mean,
you don't know.
I don't know.
Where did you go? Oh. Lady Di, start saving up for an airplane ticket.
And his investigator that you and Monica never discussed Fabio's life insurance before the murder, but that you did discuss it after the murder?
Oh.
Vaguely.
So you did say that?
Vaguely. Vaguely. I remember.
Vaguely said it?
No, to him, in this discussion, I can barely remember that conversation with him.
With Mr. Levine?
Y'all, I'm sitting here with my pinky on the censor button, ready to start throwing censor. I should have already thrown it. My apologies. That was, whew, that was bad.
That was blatant.
That was gutsy.
January.
Correct.
So just a couple months ago, again, you remembered all this other stuff that we've just gone through. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine that you knew Monica was trying to get the life insurance after the murder?
That part, yes, I do know that.
Okay. So you do remember that.
Yeah.
Ask and answer.
Oh,
And you had conversations while you were in Las Vegas with Monica and Ron and Michelle Ray about Monica buying a property or a house in Las Vegas where you would live, right?
We talked about getting her property for Las Vegas for her.
Not for you.
No, that's for her.
I see. So you and Ron and Michelle and Monica talked about Monica buying property in Las Vegas for Monica.
We were talking about buying property for her, period.
In Las Vegas.
Yes.
And did you talk to Ron and Michelle about maybe Michelle being a real estate agent helping Monica out to buy, show her around and show her some properties?
It was a long time ago, probably. I don't remember. I can't be direct, but I'm sure we did. I can't be sure. It's a long time ago. But I know we did talk about getting property for
In
her,
Vegas.
for Monica.
Sorry.
This was a property in Las Vegas where you were also going to live.
I'm sorry.
Right?
No, this
So
was specifically for her.
Well, you told Ron in a message, as well as during a lunch in Las Vegas, that you and Monica were going to be living together, right?
I don't remember the conversation.
And when Ron asked for Monica's last name, you said just put Baker in your phone, right?
I don't recall.
You don't recall that?
This is 8 years ago. I don't remember all this.
Do you remember Monica writing in red lipstick on your bedroom mirror, Mrs. Baker,
I don't remember that either.
in 2016?
I don't remember that either.
You don't remember that?
I don't. It's a long time ago.
Bless you. Let's talk about your final interview with Mr. Levine and his investigator that took place last week. The report says March 11th.
I could go somewhere
notes
bad with this,
say
Haley,
March
but I'm going to
10th.
be a good girl.
So one of those 2 days at the beginning of last week, do you remember which day it was that you spoke with Mr. Levine and his investigator?
No.
So you don't remember if it was last Monday or if it was last Tuesday?
Sometimes I don't know what day it is in that jail.
Okay. And do you remember being interviewed both in the morning and in the afternoon? Twice that day.
I remember the evening one more than anything.
Okay. Do you remember also being interviewed at 9:42 in the morning?
Not really.
Okay.
Not
Do you
really.
remember telling Mr. Levine's investigator that you and Mr. Birdsong would talk about old cases, and TV, and hypothetical situations in person?
Yeah, just general conversation.
Hypothetical murder cases, correct?
Hypothetical, everything.
Okay.
Just general conversation guys have.
You were just having general conversation.
We always do.
Okay. And on this date,
No.
Yeah.
Again, if she does it, you can't.
again, on this date, whether it was March 10th or March 11th, was it recorded, either one of those sessions?
No, not that I know of.
And were notes taken?
I think so, yeah. So
By who?
probably by Mr. Dawson.
Did you see that?
I can't recall. I wasn't paying attention to all this.
Did you take any notes?
I can never take notes.
Okay.
No
Did he go
paper
over
trail.
with you any notes that he had taken?
No.
No. This was last week the first time that you mentioned to Mr. Levine and or his investigator about your plan to kill Fabio way back in July while you were in Las Vegas in 2016, correct?
I don't remember the conversation.
This was last week.
I know. I'm telling you, I don't remember. My memory is gone. It's been this way for a while now.
Okay. And do you remember
How convenient.
them telling you last
How
week that they
convenient.
needed to know the entire truth before they call you as a witness?
That was standard for them to say that.
Okay. And then during this interview, did you tell them that you would?
One of my lovely courtroom junkies sent me a blinged red solo cup for the Karen Reed trial. You know me.
Told Al Birdsong about Monica and the fact that she was married and your girlfriend during your 2016 summer visit to Las Vegas.
It's possible. I don't remember, but I don't remember the gist of the conversation, but it's possible. If they wrote it down, something like that occurred.
Okay. And in the same conversation last week, did you tell them again for the first time that the thought of killing Fabio so you could be with Monica crossed your mind in the summer of 2016?
I think I said that. I think I did.
And that was during the same trip we talked about here, right? The one where you picked up Austin and the two of you went up to Al's.
That would have to be it. That would have to be it.
Okay. And then did you also tell them for the first time that that summer you bought a knife at Walmart or Target?
Yes.
And that it was at least 12 inches long?
I didn't measure it, but yeah,
Is that
it was
what
big.
you told them?
It was big.
And did you tell them that you were going to show the knife to Austin to test him?
Yes.
Okay. And then did you also tell them that you showed the knife to Austin while you were in Las Vegas, just like you've told us here in court?
Yes.
And did you also tell them that your plan was to stab Fabio because a gunshot would draw attention because of the noise?
Yes.
Did you tell them that Austin agreed to help you with the murder?
Yes.
And that he didn't flinch or express any doubts when you first asked him to help?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you disposed of this 12-inch knife before the killing?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that in October or November, you bought a smaller hunting knife?
Yes.
It was not a folding knife, correct?
Correct.
And you said this time the blade was no longer than 7 inches, just like you told us here, correct?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay. Did you also tell them that you knew where Fabio was at all times?
Well, yeah, in my world, yes.
Yeah, in your world, that's what you told them, right?
Meaning the term at all times in my world, yes.
Okay. What does that mean in your world?
When it mattered that I knew where he was.
I'm sorry?
When it mattered that I knew where he was.
What do you mean when it mattered?
When I needed to know where he was, if I needed to know where he was, I would try to find that GPS location.
Why would you need to know where he was at all times?
And not all times, just when I needed to know.
And why would that be?
Just to see where he was.
Okay, but you said it was when you needed to know.
Just to, if I was going to see, there were proximity alerts. So most of the time I knew when he was leaving the house.
Proximity alerts on what?
On the GPS.
That would come through what?
A text message or an email.
Text message.
A text message or an email.
Or an email.
Yes.
Text message on a phone?
On a phone.
On which phone?
On a burner phone.
On the burner. Okay. And so again, for the first time last week, did you tell Mr. Levine or his investigator that you purchased GPS devices?
I don't recall.
This was last week.
I don't think I did.
You don't think you did?
Mm-mm.
If I were to tell you that they are in the notes that are dated March 10th.
Like I said, I don't recall.
Well, since you mentioned it in your testimony, I assume that it would be reasonable that you would ask them as well, right?
It'd be reasonable to ask them what again?
It would be reasonable that you told them about the GPS, right?
I just don't recall.
Showing you the report dated March 11th. See this, number 9, where it says Baker said?
Okay, maybe I did tell them. Maybe I did mention the GPS devices. I
Again,
just
this
don't
is
remember.
just last week.
Yeah. I haven't slept a day, so yeah, maybe. But it is.
So Baker said he knew where Fabio was at all times, and it did not have anything to do with Monica telling him, right?
Yeah, maybe it is.
Baker had purchased with cash, not on Amazon, with cash, 2 GPS devices.
I didn't want to tell him where I got it from.
So you were still lying to him last week?
About that? Apparently so.
Okay. He placed one on the Porsche and one on the F-150 pickup truck.
Correct. Okay.
Those were the vehicles that Fabio drove.
Okay. Yeah, I guess I did tell him.
Baker could follow Fabio's vehicles on his cell phone, so he could tell if Fabio was nearby or if they might run into him when he and Monica were meeting clandestinely.
Okay.
Right? You didn't use the word clandestine,
No.
right?
I wouldn't use that word.
So you told Mr. Levine or his investigator or both of them that you paid for these 2 GPS devices in cash.
That's right. I guess that's what I told him.
That is my bio mother's ring. And it's on my right hand.
I was jumping to conclusions, assumptions.
That's what you get for thinking.
Well, I do think
And you're telling us now that was a lie as well.
You will be the
about the
first
cash part.
call
Yes,
outside of my mama.
because the reality was you said you bought them through some third party, right?
You may be coming to
Yes.
Kerrville in the net within the year.
I
A
hope
third
so.
party where you won't tell who,
I
right?
guess I'll
Correct.
try
Okay. Somebody else other than you.
my best.
Correct.
You best start putting money away.
And then
Gotta get her to pay me.
after mentioning this GPS for the first time, after 11 interviews, did you also tell them that you removed the devices at some point from Fabio's vehicles?
Yes.
When did you remove it from the Ford F-150?
Well after the murder. is
Well
when-
after.
Yeah, it was still on the truck for a while,
How long?
weeks. First opportunity I got,
Bless
I-
you.
when,
Bless you.
when the truck came near, when it was near, no, I'm trying to remember, it was either in Glendale. I think I took it off. I can't remember.
In Glendale.
I think it was in Glendale.
When you went to meet up with Monica at the bar.
Yes,
Okay. And did she ask you, why are you?
she didn't see it.
You did that secretly.
Yes.
Okay. And when did you remove the GPS from the Porsche, if ever?
If ever, huh? It was when I parked it the first time.
When you parked it where?
At the location at the Ventura, off the Ventura back road, at the first stop I made when I tried to get rid of the Porsche.
When you parked it near what?
One of the back road of Ventura to the little industrial, it was the back roads to Ventura Boulevard where the shops, I don't know exactly where it was. I don't know. I just remember how to
You
get
don't know.
there. I just don't remember the address. I just have to visually go there to know where it was.
So near what?
Hello.
You,
I
if
don't
you
know.
remember, what do you remember?
The back of Ventura Boulevard.
Hello,
Near
it's
what?
Britt. Hello, Haley Mount. Hello,
I
we'll
don't
have you in the
know the
future
street, cross streets. I don't.
one day.
Everything happened quick. I just know how to get there.
But you lived in the valley, you told us, for a really long time. So you know
I
all
don't
the
know every
streets,
street.
right?
I don't know every street.
Okay. So you don't really know, sometime that night, you don't remember where, right?
I remember
Whether it's
where.
in
I just don't know the address.
Okay. And you don't know what it was near.
No, they had no signs in the backs. You know.
Now, you also told us that you didn't see Monica during the holidays, and that made you upset, and that's why you decided to kill Fabio. But then again, you also told us that you were already planning it from the summer before. Do you remember having a conversation?
It's facts, not in evidence. Planning.
Yes. Why don't you rephrase it?
Sure. You told us that you planned the murder in the summer of 2016. You went out, you bought a knife, you sent money to Chris Austin in Alaska to come down. You picked him up, you drove to Al Birdsong's house in Vegas, and then you talked to him about the murder, just test him out to make sure he would be on board, and you showed him the knife, right?
Something like that. Yes.
Okay. Do you remember during the holiday time prior to New Year's in 2016 having a conversation with Monica's sister after playing racquetball with her?
I remember talking to Monica's sister at one point. I don't know all the dates.
Do you remember her inviting you to their New Year's Eve party?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember telling her that you couldn't come because you don't drink?
I don't remember that.
You don't remember?
I don't remember the conversation. I'm sure it happened. I just don't remember it.
The statements that you made to her about not drinking, would that be true or a lie?
For the most part, I didn't drink, but I did drink. When I was with Ricky, I drank. Yeah.
During this interview last week, did you change your story about where you found the gold coins?
Clear? No.
I'm sorry?
My sworn testimony? No.
Last week, when you were speaking with Mr. Levine and his investigator, did you change your story about where you found the gold coins?
On paper, it looks like I did, but the way I explained it, it was not the way it sounded. But it would sound like I changed it for sure.
So is your answer yes?
In my mind, no, I didn't change the story.
Well,
I didn't go into detail.
You did, actually.
No, I didn't.
Do you remember telling him then last week that you found the gold coins on a table on the patio after you killed Fabio?
I could have said that.
Okay. So again, you added more detail and you said there was also
helps.
some
Makes a
papers
world
on
of
the
difference.
table dealing with the coins.
Well, it was in the envelope. It wasn't in the envelope.
Again, did you tell them there was also some paperwork on the table dealing with the coins?
I could have said that, but it was all together, yes.
So you took the time when you were in this rush to read the papers.
I didn't read it.
So how did you know the paperwork dealt with the coins?
I didn't know that.
As you said.
I didn't know that. I'm assuming that. I had no idea.
You assumed it.
Yeah, I didn't read it. I didn't care.
I see. So last week when you had, again, yet another interview with Mr. Levine and his investigator, you told him that the coins now were not in the house. They were on the patio on a table with some paperwork on the table dealing with the coins. Remember that?
That's what I assumed, yes.
Did you also tell them that there may have been a safe in the house, but you didn't know where?
I wasn't sure where it was exactly.
But the other day when you testified, I think it was yesterday, you said you knew the safe was in the bedroom. So what changed between last week when you had your conversation with them and when you testified?
I'm still not sure where that safe is. I'm still not sure. I'm just guessing.
Oh, you guessed.
I really don't remember where that safe is. I know it's in there.
Okay. You know it's in there because
I
why?
thought I saw it because I thought I saw it.
Saw it. When did you see it?
I don't remember when. I don't have a date.
Okay. The day of the murder, sometime prior to the murder?
No, sometime prior.
Do you remember telling Mr. Levine and his investigator that on January 22nd, when you went out to kill Fabio through Chris Austin, that you parked in the rear lot of the shopping center?
I picked him up at the rear lot of that shopping center.
Okay. Do you remember saying that you parked there?
I can't recall.
If you told him that, would that have been true?
That I was parked there in the back of the... No, I wasn't parked there, but I know I went back there.
Showing you the report again from last week, number 18. He and Austin drove to the Faux restaurant. Baker parked in the rear of the shopping center. Austin walked around to the front where the restaurant was located. Does that refresh your recollection about what you told them?
Not really. I don't remember all this. There's too much information.
Well, it's information you provided, right?
Exactly, but to quote it like this, I don't remember what was before that or after it. There was a lot more being said besides all that one point.
What did you say after that?
I don't remember. It's just a lot of information. We were just rambling and talking.
You.
Yeah, they would ask me questions. I would try to answer and then explain it. And so this is paraphrased. I'm sure it's paraphrased.
Okay. And then do you remember telling them right after that, a short time later, Austin came back to the car and he said he couldn't do it?
Yes.
And you said you figured that Austin either developed cold feet or there were too many people around, right?
Right.
And for whatever reason, Austin didn't kill Fabio that Sunday.
Right.
So here, contrary to the story you told the jury this week, you didn't drive around and go to some location nearby where you could keep eyes on the lot and the people. You stayed in the lot, and a short time later, Austin came back to the car, right?
Wrong.
Okay. So you're saying you did tell them about driving around somewhere, parking somewhere between the two different restaurants on Ventura Boulevard where you could see things?
I don't remember the conversation, but I'm sure I did. I don't remember the exact conversation because there's a lot of stuff missing from this. There was a lot more being said. So this is just paraphrased.
Did you see again, as you were describing the fact that you parked in the lot, someone taking notes?
One more time, please.
Did you see notes being taken?
Oh, he's always taking notes. You're talking about Mr. Dawson. He's always taking notes.
Anybody?
Usually it's always Dawson taking notes.
So
He said the other day, he didn't see anybody taking notes.
Question now is that you did say that you were driving around in the area and parking on Ventura so that you could see things, as opposed to being parked in the back lot.
I didn't park in the back lot. I picked him up in the back lot.
Okay.
It wasn't even a lot. It was a back alley. It was like a back road.
There's a parking lot there. We all saw the photographs.
I didn't pick him up at the lot. I picked him up in a back road behind there.
Oh, so you didn't even pick him up in the parking lot?
No, it was like a back road.
I see. Not a parking lot.
No, trying to stay out of the parking lot. It was like a back road behind the lot, like I know it's hard to describe without seeing it.
So if this is what Mr. Dawson or Mr. Levine or both of them heard, that would be false, right?
You're gonna object your honor, that conference stipulation. It's rated.
No, it's overruled.
Is that what you're saying?
I guess the wrong word would be false. Yeah,
Well, it says
lot and road. Yes, they're two different things for
parked
sure.
in the rear of the shopping center.
Yeah, I guess the lot and a road are two different things. So
Okay.
yes.
During the same conversation last week, did you tell the defense that the next evening you drove the Versa to the Sementilli home and that you put Austin in the back so he wouldn't be visible?
In the Sementilli home? No.
in the Versa?
No, we never went to the house in the Versa.
Well, you went toward the house,
Oh,
the
right.
Versa,
Yes,
right?
that part's true.
And that you put him in the back, right? Not in the front passenger, in the back, correct?
I'd like to ask her to read it accurately.
Again, you can clarify.
Did you say that? That
Did
you
I say
put
what?
Austin in the back so he wouldn't be visible?
At my apartment, yes.
Did you also tell Mr. Levine and Monica's team last week that you previously lied to them to protect Austin?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say that you care about Monica more than you care about Austin?
I care about both.
Okay. The same?
No, she's in a different relationship with me.
She's a more important relationship, right?
Just a different one. They're still the same.
They're the same.
I said that.
So when you say that they're the same, you said that you lied to protect Austin, meaning you'd also lie to protect Monica.
There's no reason to lie to protect Monica.
Other than the fact that you said on tape that you would lie to protect her.
True.
Right?
Yes.
And that she's here charged with murder, the same murder and conspiracy that you pled to. Right?
Yes, I did plead that.
Did you also tell them that you knew that Monica would be at the Target and the Ralphs on the day of the murder?
She said she was running errands.
Did you tell them that you knew that Monica would be at the Target and the Ralphs?
I think so. I think
And
I
this
said it.
was in your statement that you gave last week.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. During this same conversation, did you also tell them that you got rid of the large knife, the 12-inch knife that you showed to Austin and bought a different knife?
Eventually, yes.
And when was that?
I don't have dates. I don't remember. It was later, though.
Before the holidays or after?
It's before the holidays.
And when did you buy the new knife?
I don't have an exact date. I don't remember. It's probably, I don't know. I don't want to give you a date because I don't know. I don't know the exact dates.
How long before the murder?
I don't have exact dates. A couple of months.
Couple months.
Yeah,
So-
1 or 2 months.
So you bought the new knife before you disposed of the 12-inch blade?
Now, the 12-inch was gone long before.
You
Or
just-
whatever, the big one was gone long before.
I see. Long before the holidays then.
Yes.
Okay. And where did you dispose of the 12-inch knife? The 12-inch bladed knife?
Trying to remember where I put it. There was a construction site. I was gonna try to sell it, but I didn't want to. I didn't want nothing connected to it, so I threw it in a construction site.
I see. Where was this construction site?
It was a couple of blocks from my house,
Okay.
or from my apartment. Excuse me, my apartment. They were working on something.
I'm sorry?
They were working. It was a big construction site, so I just
On
dumped
what
it into
street?
I don't know. It's on Van Owen, and I don't know the cross street. It's before Canoga.
Okay. And the new knife that you bought, where did you buy that?
Walmart.
And when did you buy that one?
I don't remember the exact date.
But you said it was a couple months before the murder.
Correct.
So maybe October, November?
I don't have yeah, maybe October, November.
Yeah?
Yeah, maybe October, November.
On the day of the murder, did you tell Mr. Levine and Company that you met up with Monica at the Target?
If Facebook wrote it down, I might have said it.
And is that also when you got to the Target that you purchased, you said certain items? I think you told us gloves.
It was gloves and I think maybe some pants or something.
Gloves and pants.
I'm thinking it was pants too. It's been a long time, so I don't remember it all.
Okay. And the gloves and the pants, that was to use in the murder?
Yes, the gloves were for sure.
For sure.
Yeah.
Not for racquetball. That was for the murder.
I think it was gloves and pants. Pants for sure. I'm trying to remember.
Pants for sure.
Pants for sure. Yeah, pants for sure.
Okay. And the gloves, right?
I'm thinking
the
I
murder.
did. I think I bought gloves. Yeah, I think I bought gloves too.
And then did you go somewhere to change into the pants and the gloves?
No.
So where did you put those on?
When I moved to that location I told you about earlier, where when I parked the car before we took off on foot.
To hike the 2 miles to the house, right?
Correct.
At any point in time, did you tell Mr. Levine and Company last week that Austin was in the Versa in the parking lot?
Yes, he was. And yes, I did say that to him.
You did say that?
Yes.
Okay. If it wasn't anywhere in the report or the notes, is that because you never bothered to mention it to them?
I don't know why it wasn't in there.
And you have a clear recollection of that part, even though you told us you're...
Where he was?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And so you're sure that you would have told them about that last week?
I'm not sure of anything I've talked about with them because it was a lot, so I'm not sure.
But you just told us that you did
I'm sure
tell
where
them.
he was. I'm sure where Austin was.
And my question was, did you tell that to them
I don't remember.
at any point in time, ever, in any of, let's say, the 13 conversations?
I don't remember.
So a couple minutes ago when I asked, you initially said you did tell them, and you don't know why it wouldn't be in the notes of the report. Is your answer different now that you might not have because you don't remember?
I just don't remember.
You might have never mentioned that Austin was in the car.
I don't remember if I did or not. But I remember where he was.
Okay. Did you also tell them last week that Monica had given you the program to view her surveillance cameras?
I had some type of access. I can't remember if it was a program or a window. I can't remember, but I did have some type of access to it.
And remember telling them that you put it on your cell phone and a computer.
Correct.
Which cell phone would that have been on?
That one would have been on my actual phone.
Which phone?
My actual phone.
Which one? We talked about the Samsung 4, the 6, and the 8.
The one with my number on it. I don't know which one it was. It probably was a 6, I'm guessing.
And where's that phone?
I have no idea.
Did you get rid of it?
No.
You didn't get rid of it?
No.
Other than being with you at the time you were arrested on June 14th of 2017 in your apartment or in your vehicles, where else could it have potentially been?
I lost it in South Carolina.
Oh, you lost it now?
I did. I actually called it in.
Oh, okay. You lost the phone while you guys were in South Carolina in May.
I lost it in South Carolina.
Why didn't you say that first when I asked you where it was? And you said you don't know where, but you didn't get rid of it.
I'm not sure I was supposed to. I'm trying to answer your questions exactly as you put them.
Okay. And you said you also put it on your computer, the program to access Monica's home security system.
There was a way to do it, but yeah, I can't remember offhand, but.
I'm gonna object, Your Honor. This states what's in.
Which computer did you put it on?
My laptop.
The one that got stolen?
Yes.
Did you also tell them that you buried the knife that you used to kill Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Where did you bury the knife?
Somewhere close to where the Versa was. Where we left to go on foot.
Okay. And when did you do that?
The same day.
So you stopped as you were going back to the Versa when you said you were in a rush to bury the knife, correct?
Yes.
And then did you tell them that you took Austin back to the apartment?
Yeah. I can't remember.
Did you tell Chris to go back to the apartment?
Eventually, if he could. Yes, if he could.
Okay. And then did you drive the Versa back to the apartment and pick him up on the way?
I drove down the street and picked him up and went to the bowling alley.
I see. And then did you drive him back to the apartment?
No.
You did not?
No. He never returned to the apartment.
So I thought you told us earlier that he was going back to the apartment because he had to grab his stuff.
Exactly. But there was no need since I'm going.
So you got it for him?
Whatever was there, I picked it up for him, and I don't remember what it was.
Do you remember yesterday we talked about Austin going back to the apartment and I asked you if you had given him a key to the apartment to get in?
I do remember that.
And you said you must have?
I wasn't sure, but either I must have or I told him to wait or something. I can't remember.
So he might have gone back to the apartment.
He never made it to the apartment.
I see. Do you remember telling Mr. Levine and company that after the gym you met Austin either near a bowling alley or maybe a gas station?
They're right across from each other. So yeah, I did say that.
And which gas station would that be?
The gas station across the street from the bowling alley.
And where's that located?
I don't know the cross streets. It's on Satakoy though. I think it's Satakoy, and I don't want to guess wrong. So it's on Satakoy for sure.
And again, during this interview, did you tell Mr. Levine and company that after taking Austin to the flyaway, you drove back to the Porsche?
Eventually, yes.
And after dumping the Porsche in the residential area, do you remember telling them last week that you went to the bus stop and took that back to the location of the Versa?
That was a lot missing in between, but yes, I did wind up at the bus stop to get back to the Versa.
Okay.
There's a lot missing in between. Like I said, everything's paraphrased.
And then did you tell them that you drove the Versa back to your apartment?
Eventually, yes.
Did you also tell them that when Monica agreed to marry you, that that was good enough?
There's a lot missing in this, but yeah,
Well, I assumed you don't want to be here more days, right?
true
So
that, very
I'm
true.
just asking you.
Yeah, but eventually it came to that statement somewhere, yes.
You did. Okay. I have I think it's a 40-second recording I want to play you of you and Al Birdsong regarding leaving the country to go somewhere if you got out of this murder case. Your Honor, can I have the audio marked as, it's going to be on.
All right.
Ada, I'll be right back.
Part of what?
158.
And the transcript will be 280.
Yes, thank you.
Mark.
I may distribute them.
Yes, we didn't say that much of the plot.
I'm crumping. I'm going to end this at lunch and come back and do a part 2. I'm going to go lay down. The dry cough always burns so much. It's like I can't get it moist enough back there. Can't get it moist enough. Oh.
No matter what, you'll know where I'm at, and you'll get information from where I'm at.
Oh God, more of this.
All right. So the Lord willing, and we're gonna ride, and we're able to win the thing, and we're gone, buddy. Yeah, I'm down. I'm down. We go hold hands and get on that Winnebago. This call is being recorded. Drive on the left side of the
You
road.
find that funny?
Exactly. All right, man. I will.
Who's that we just heard?
That's Al Birdsong.
Okay. That would be you and Al Birdsong on this recorded call from jail, correct?
Yes.
Talking about, again, driving on the left side of the road out of the country, right?
Talking about driving somewhere, yeah. So I was driving somewhere.
Left side of the road, right?
Somewhere, yeah. This is an inside joke, but yeah.
I have no further questions at this time.
Will you please retrieve the transcripts?
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
You may start and redirect if you wish.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Baker.
Sorry,
Before
guys.
you entered your plea of guilty, you understand that we had no right to meet with you, correct?
Well, I'm going to object. That seems facts not on this.
That's overruled.
And as far as you know, did we ever make any attempt to meet with you while you were represented by Mr. Simran?
Never.
Until you entered your plea, you were charged in this case with Monica Sementilli. Is that right?
Correct.
and Mr. Simran had been appointed to represent you, correct?
Yes,
At some point, you decided to admit to the charge and plead guilty or no contest to the murder of Fabio Sementilli, correct?
correct.
And you did so without speaking to me or my team first, correct?
Correct.
Your attorney was still Mr. Simran,
It was Mr. Zimmerman.
and I assume you discussed it with Mr. Simran.
Correct.
Jack, this is all we did.
I love it, this part. So ruled.
Where did you enter your plea of guilty or no contest?
It was here at CCB.
Before Judge Cohen
Yes.
and before Prosecutor Ms. Silverman, correct?
Yes.
At any time during that, well, first of all, you understood, or did you understand that the charge included what they call overt acts? You know what I mean by overt acts?
I don't recall, no.
Did Mr. Simran tell you that along with the charge of murder, there was a list of about 50 acts that you allegedly engaged in during the course of your planning and execution of the murder?
No.
He didn't go over any of those.
No.
During your plea in court here, did anyone ask you if Monica Sementilli was involved with the planning or the execution of the murder?
We never got that far, no.
Did Judge Cohen ask you before you entered your plea if Monica Sementilli planned and executed the murder with you?
Not that I recall.
Did Ms. Silverman ask you before you entered your plea if Monica Sementilli engaged in any part or plan or carrying out of the murder?
No. No.
If you had been asked that question, what would you have said?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Can we approach?
All right.
Hold on. Okay. All right. I hope they get him off the stand today because although it's great to have him on the stand, he cannot.
Let me repeat the question. If you had been asked by the judge or the prosecutor as part of your plea, if Monica Sementilli knew about or was part of the plan or execution of this murder, what would you have said?
She had nothing to do with it.
But no one asked you that, did they?
No.
So you were able to plead guilty or no contest without being asked if your accomplice was Monica Sementilli, correct?
Correct.
Now, after you entered your plea, did you know what the legal, well, you were sentenced also to life without parole, correct?
Correct.
At that point, did you know what the status was of Mr. Simran as far as still being your attorney or not being your attorney?
I had no idea.
Did you ever see Mr. Simran again after you entered your plea and were sentenced to life without parole.
Just one more time.
When you saw him, did he indicate to you that we, the defense?
Again, it's premature. I'll take it as submission. You may finish your question.
Did you give permission to him to tell us that you would meet with us?
Yes.
Let me interrupt you at this time, counsel. I need to tell the jury one thing before I let them go. We're going to recess for lunch until 1:30. So here's an extra treat since you.
Yay. We're at lunch. Okay, guys, you can tell I'm kind of crashing. I'm going to go lay down. I love and appreciate all of you. Please all come back. I already have the other live set. So I'll be back at, what did he say? It's 12:30. What time did he say? We'll be back at lunch from lunch. Hold on.
One thing before I let them go. We're going to recess for lunch until 1:30. So here's an extra treat since you.
3:30. Oh, they cut off the voice again. Okay, so Miss Diane, hello, love.
Hi, love.
We're going to go to lunch. That means I'm going to end this live. I'll send you the link to the new live. 1:30 their times, 2:30, 3:30 my time. I will be back on at 3:30 my time. I've got to go lay down.
I will try back on. I got some things that I've got to get done, and I'm still trying to find out about what we talked about yesterday. Okay.
Oh, God, love you, babe.
All right. Love you.
Bye. Bye, boo.
Bye.
All right, you guys. Once again, thank y'all for joining. The good news we found out this morning, Trooper Proctor is dishonorably discharged. Yay! I almost lost my voice on that, just in that alone. So the live is set up. You guys can go ahead and click into that and be ready. Angela, hey, babe. They're going to lunch. I got to lay down. I am crumping. Can you be back in an hour, Miss Angela? What, babe? Hold on.
Work on some.
What?
Work.
Oh, I will. I have been.
Definitely.
I have been. But my voice is struggling.
See what I made myself?
What did you make yourself? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. I will do the same.
Yeah. All right, love.
Same.
Feel better.
Love you, babe. Bye. Okay, everybody, y'all. Have a great lunch. We'll see you back here in an hour. Hopefully, I'll be doing better. Okay? See you then.
Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.